Those are the person requires atonement, even for an Aveda committed accident. Moshe Matzinu, Shechayim Lekarban, Shechayim Lahavi, Chabuchates. This is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is the thing like just from Mishkan perspective? Why is the Torah holding liable?
That's a good point. If you have like one joke, that's probably going to take like 30 seconds of your minute. So you can ease into it.
Just give a very like contemporary example of it. A person flicks a light switch on the shower.
His name is Kenny Lyons.
Again, I think it happens to everyone at some point. It happens to go into us. You know, it is given for you. Look at it. If you're doing something, well, people have lots of the accidentally switch the light, flip the light switch. It'll help us. So what's the shot with that? It's an accident. Accidents happen. But still in the blank, at any context that a person may have. Why is the liability? Why is the liability for it? So the public because children is part of his environment. I commit to the children. What that shows is that there's something. There's something it's the same way. He goes on, let's look at his example. He says, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else's children. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder, he falls on top of Shimon, he kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to plead
appreciate them because they're
he never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. And then he falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon, Shimon dies, so he doesn't right? You don't go You're Nick Russ. Your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? And it's all in health. It's like going to dad for ultimate success. So these individuals' entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake? Which the prophet says, because mistakes are representative of some internal history. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. Let's say, I was emotional the whole world. Whereas, you know, this comes up very often.
From you, man.
I say something. I say something to someone.
Every time you come on, man, I just love you. You're one of my favorite people. When you work with them, what do you have to do with Jim? You sharing a landline with him or something? I used to live in his apartment because my mom was tripping so much.
And you know what's that? Self-aware enough.
Save that minute for next time. That's a good story. Live with Jim and your mom was tripping.
There's a deficiency. There's a disconnect in you.
There you go, everybody. Kenny Lyons, we're fixed here.
That misfiring that would allow me to act. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's from
a lovely young lady.
But again,
I know her. She's been doing this a while. Glad that she's in attendance. Great answer for the great Stephanie.
Because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, fellas. Molly Short, good to see you. Oh, my shoes broke.
Mistakes don't
I'm afraid that I'm going to lose my ability to be a romantic. Been living in LA and working on my friends for too long. Sorry, not fucking hooking up, but you can't fuck your friends or it's your friendship. But you can go down, yeah, that's totally fine.
But somehow, some way,
but sometimes I listen to love songs on the coast. Do you guys know that?
Yeah. Because
I listen to it to test just how lovely I actually am. Like how many Fidel songs
there are other forms, meaning clearly when I have the
but I hate it because the woman always has that like really soft DJ voice where she's like, "This is Delilah."
Goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk. She's like, "Oh, I thought this was my dad." Right? No one has. I think I have to use work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. if I do something wrong, then there's a lack of awareness. So that's what Tzaddik says. Those are the steps of incredible Yisod. So therefore, even when I commit an Avera of children, even when I commit an Avera accidentally, the Tzaddik says that shows something manifest growth in society. So whatever goes on, it's about that.
My shoe was
I'll
broken,
get
shit
to
got
work.
fucked up.
This is about this. No one said to the Sako Dia will pick up an airport from this is last week. Well, the local for point out to the Sako Dia. Two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned opening class in the subject, I always assumed that either you were a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no power, there's no ambiguity. The tzaddik said that's unequivocally untrue. So most of us are always tzaddik and always a rasha. In the area
something like that. Like it should be good. So
quote unquote the laptop, although we're gonna maybe a little bit. I'm a rush just in those areas in which I'm transgressive or desire safety. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have that deep understanding of Tzaddik. Lesson number two of Tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for showing. Why is it that the Orthodox will hold us responsible for accidental creation of virus? Because the accidents we are reflective of some
Sometimes I like to say into the mystic, but a bit more.
and this is why when we
I think you're not too romantic, but
But as a second,
about what that says
always
about
gotta be
real
checking that and do a DJ.
stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next one with that last
You have face
for
for
the
radio.
conclusion.
So use it. When you do that bit, is not a compliment. When you do that bit, go into a radio DJ's kind of.
It's a lot of them.
That's what I mean. You were quoting her and not doing her. You were just saying what she said. Yeah, you can get into it.
Let us begin.
Be a radio DJ.
Right.
They have a certain way that they speak.
Yeah.
This means
Yeah, act it out, girl.
Yeah, the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, the strongest. When you hit that, when you start going dirty with it, so you really get more into the Delilah part, especially.
Yes.
Everybody catches on. They've all with it. That's something everybody can relate to. Is Delilah.
So here I left
It must be like 110 right now.
Right.
That
Can't imagine.
the gate
Yeah, every
of
city
Moses
has
is actually a
that
reference to the
kind of
heaven.
station.
It's an incredibly
She's
dramatic
super
idea.
serious.
Reference to Gehenna. Governor Malak saying, even when they go to Gehenna,
People said,
I'm not scared to go with
somebody
you.
sends in a letter to a
Governor
radio Spotify? And it's always like, oh, I just want to let so-and-so know I love him. That guy's not fucking listening. He loves songs on the coast. Waiting to hear a mention from his, just walk across the room and tell him that you love him. And don't make him listen to a whole night of Barry Manilow songs just to get to that. So, but it's definitely a right
Furthermore,
It
maybe
seems like it's something you want to do to somebody that you don't like
something
or love.
terrible.
Like, throw their name out there.
That's great.
I'll get that kind of suffer. Like, it's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you
I mean,
think,
it's so radio, like
it's
how
not the way
you
that
play
you
on
live
something
life.
listening.
Which the subject says, you Gehenna, which Governor Malak refers
Thank
to.
you guys.
Thank
Is
you.
the
Good
Gehenna
job.
of all of
You
us,
never
right?
hear of anybody, awesome doing
Gehenna
that.
that one experiences
hear, like,
as a result of the
A
atmosphere,
celebrity,
as a result of the turmoil of the stress,
Brad Pitt really wants
of
you to know
the
that he loves you.
embarrassment of the case.
That would be
Governor
awesome.
Malak says,
Like, if there were people that are, making
"Dan
it,
Keila B'Gei
so
Samavas."
it's sort of sad.
I had experienced
Yeah,
my
it is.
Gehenna
Shout outs and stuff, like, oh, I just want to let you know that I love you. I know we're struggling right now financially, but he just wants to let you know via radio because it's free and it seems nice. It's going to play probably.
He's
He's like, come on, baby, let's listen to Ghost for 2 more hours. Why do we have to listen to this shit? Don't worry about it, baby. I just really want to listen to it tonight because something might happen because I love you. Yeah, I'll show you how much I love you by the end of the night.
What is the
The next
punishment
comedian's
for
name is
adultery?
Frank Castillo.
What's the punishment for adultery? So Governor Malak would say, usually the punishment is Musa, but if he does kill him, he has no one. But So Vayish Escavero
I had a
Miladin.
tough day at
So
work
one
today.
embarrasses his friend in
Most people say I
public,
don't take my
ain't
job
no
very
kid
seriously.
has no fortune.
It's
This
weird because
is
my
done
manager
on a
pulled me
slight.
out to the bar. And he was like, "Hey, I was
This is
watching
what he
you.
contended with when he
You're
went to the base medrash.
doing
Forget
an
about
amazing
the
job.
external
Really
enemies that
nice.
he
Nice
faced.
to everyone."
He said, Ganti
What he didn't know was that I was really honest.
I walked
The
in
worst part
Gehenna.
about it was that
And
everyone
that's
else
great.
was.
This is
So he was like, "All right,
the
this is what
nature
we're
of my
gonna do.
life. And once it was the
Everyone
subject
needs
we
to be more
began
like
to speak
fruit.
about
So
yesterday a
we're gonna have
little
you
bit
write the
was
list of
against
why
the
you're so
Kuklam
awesome, why
test.
you're a great employee."
The Kuklam test.
Step one was
Look at the bottom right
step
of
two
the
was
video.
just fucking
So
kill
you
it.
can see this.
He
He
loved
says,
it. He was like, "That's a
"Baham
great goals
Shahaya
list."
Holik Ba'atzvus Umara Shakor Merov Parat Al Katav. Bahari Ali the Atzvus Shigish Belibo.
Sorry, I was like,
We began, I believe, to speak on this dynamic yesterday.
"Oh yeah,
On
when you
one
get
hand,
surprised and
the
it's your
subject
turn,
has
that can
been
that can be frustrating."
power, ultimately,
When you ran up
of
here and the room's
and the
barely
power
big enough
of
to get into a run.
Admas and the power of
So I kind of knew something was up. And Brian also, like, that's the thing that's fun about changing the song every time is because you have to come up to some fucked up intro music sometimes. You just have to deal with it. And that was a terrible choice. I didn't pump them up at all. That was like the most mellow, weird thing to play.
Stephanie says my development in their life.
Yeah, sure.
The
Yeah,
subject
we'd love
says
to come
left
on
and
to
current
that.
date so far that Charlotte
Hey everybody. So
So
I commend you for just being enthusiastic and getting through your thing. And I always, this is a personal thing for me. I always don't like it when somebody that is at your stature talks a lot about like having a day job and real work and stuff like that, because it just sort of like you're up here to entertain everybody. You should just be a comic. But that's my personal thing. A lot of comics have great jokes about their day jobs or whatever. So, but just for me, it just kind of takes me out of it. Just makes me like, oh, well, he's not really a comic. He's got a job. You know what I mean? But that's just me. So if you can come up with a funny enough take on it, you know, and maybe even like said in the past, like make it the job you had before being a stand-up. So everybody relates to the fact that you had before, but you didn't have to do it today, because like we just paid to see you, man, and you just came from Staples where you had this list of rules about, you know, kicking it, you know what I mean? But, and also that, like, didn't pay off really, but I like the idea of it, like, everyone should be like you, it's kind of a fun premise. Like maybe you should figure out a way to make it like your boss has no idea that you're high all the time, but all the attributes of being high make for a great employee. Yeah.
Right.
Even
And
though
I'd also be more
I
clear on
walked
the
in
back end
Gehenna
of that, which,
experienced
by the way, the
profound
first thing
sadness
I agree with
as a
what Doug
result
says about that.
of
It
the
just sort of
Averos
feels
that I
a
committed.
little bit icky, even
Lo
though people
Pirara.
do good jokes with their day job, but you could just
He
flip
says
that
over
to
here,
the
skip
past
down in
tense,
the middle of the
because
paragraph,
it's
left-hand
still
paragraph.
honest. And
Before I started doing comedy, I had this job where
I used to work at,
Lo
but
Pirara.
and also,
being a comedian, don't be a guy with a job.
and on the back end of it, I don't know where you're planning to put the punchline that it's missing, but I don't. I think you lose everybody a little bit when you're talking about the list of the two things, and we don't know whether you're making the list or if they're making the list or the other. It seems almost like the other employees were asked to make a list as to what makes you. It just got very confusing.
Yeah, and it shouldn't just jump right to just fuck off or chill out or whatever. Like it should be like all the things that somebody who's still working at a job might be like. Be polite, be friendly, be laugh at their jokes. List all these things that like, well, a high person would do all of that without necessarily being a great employee. That's what you're doing when you're high. Yeah, I think you can do it, Brian.
Yeah, there you go.
There he goes, everybody. That's at Frank C. Comedy. Frank C. Comedy on Twitter. Later, Paulie. Paulie's out on the great Paulie Forward. Sandy Danzo.
Oh, shit.
Guess what?
I almost mentioned in 2007, you know the Addison Improv in Dallas? You were going to get some food and
No, it's nobody we know. He's a fan of podcasts.
Requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the obvious and the sad and the profound embarrassment of Lucia over what I said. The danger with that is to lose yourself. You lose yourself, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done
insists
and
on
lost.
having his movie played every time he eats dinner anywhere, so you were on track with that.
Just a couple comments about what I witnessed.
There's a sadness.
You
So
guys
that's
should
why the other
really
side of the coin
be,
is,
what's
yes,
the
I
word?
back myself.
Thankful that these guys are giving you
I
guys
agree.
tips.
I have
Because
character.
back in the
I
day,
always
like, you didn't get this shit. Like, I'm
listen
sitting
to that
here,
too.
like,
But I also
listening
possess
to you people up
optimism,
here, and I think
hope,
it's hard to just
resolve
stand up.
for the
I get it.
future.
Like,
I
but to do it here and this, but then they give
can
you
do better.
correct,
I can do better. I
constructive
can do
criticism.
better.
And I think
These
it's
are
really
the
cool
sides
that
of
these
the
guys are
coin.
doing it. So the
תדעו
more
שהחלות
people
עד
that can come
מהסבל,
here and do this, I
hope,
think it'll help you guys a lot because you're all comics, right? Most of you guys?
optimism, progress
No,
for
you
the
guys just
future.
hear it.
And that sense
Because
of
people come to
self-esteem
watch, but
is
it's a lot of the audiences that
I don't
come.
really get that. So,
this one phrase, גם כאילך דגית המוח.
yeah,
I
Holy
live
sure,
in
everybody.
the
Thanks for
Gehenna of
coming
my
in,
death,
Sandy
the
Danta.
Gehenna, which is often the
At
aftermath
Sandy
of
Danta.
fate, where I recognize that
Is
I
it Pauly
messed up
Shore?
so fast. Didn't need
I mean, not only are we doing this, but they took
That's why
4 minutes out of their day to watch three comedians.
nefesh, the
Right.
salata,
Yeah,
Exactly.
it
the
was nice.
Lugirara.
Yeah.
It took longer than 4 minutes,
Lugirara,
but you know
like
what I mean?
Kavanagh says,
Well,
but I'm not
things to do.
scared that I'm
as
going
the
to lose
clock
myself.
rolls, we're going to roll into our final
I'm not scared that I'm
segment.
going to lose myself.
This
Why?
is
The absolute
we take off our clothes, Doug.
Because
Wait
I
a
know
second.
what
I
the
thought it was
says.
just give constructive
No,
criticism.
it is. Our final
I know that
segment
it's
is
like
two
everything terrible
young
that I've
ladies
done.
who
You leave home,
have
so you don't
basically
leave me.
started here
You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me?
about 13,
Because you believe
12,
me.
13 weeks ago,
Because you believe
and
in me.
have been doing open mics and
But
working
when
the
you believe in
circuit.
me,
One of them
because you
dropped
see the
out of
good that I possess,
college
and if you believe in me,
and went to chase her dream of being a
that
stand-up.
gives me
And
the power to
so
believe
these
in me.
two girls each do a
So
minute, and
therefore, again, as
so
much
they're
as
the
I
only
have
two
to live,
regulars that were
it's
just
the
done.
food shows that I'm less nefesh with.
Fuck the bucket.
Because that's necessary, and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to think, that's a good sign. I won't lose
I thought
myself
we were
in
gonna go
this
through
one.
everybody.
I won't
I
lose
wish we
myself
had
in
that
this.
much time.
He asked
No,
me,
no, I understand you guys have your restrictions, but I dig it. Let's do what you do.
I love it. Awesome. Well, as always, I'm always very excited about this. You know her from the very first Kill Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, "Is there no woman that wants to do this show?" She ran up on stage, and it began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah. What's the job here?
I'm Sarah Dresses on Twitter too. I was talking to my mom about life this past week, and she said if I wanted answers, I needed to find God. I told her the only man-made thing that ever answers me is Google.
So let's begin. So on page 6,
I get these like uncontrollable urges to be in love. I call them hard-ons. I'm kind of hoping that it'll just feed itself off. But don't worry, it's pretty easy to get fucked. I have a PayPal account. It's not just...
Actually, it's important for a person.
Did you give her too much build-up, Tony? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
I had to write a new minute every
But you read a new minute for all 7
week
weeks.
since I started doing comedy.
That's good. That's
We're raising little baby assassins here.
what I'm not sure if any of those particular jokes worked. I missed the joke on that last one.
Yeah, I don't get why are you getting
And
flooded?
I don't know what it is. I get like nervous here. Should I do this?
Okay, so my question's this.
I mean, well, it's like
This is
So
something
my
that I don't
question,
know.
so my question's this. What are you trying to say
I love
in that
Ladakh.
joke where you talk about the PayPal?
Yeah, like getting a
Okay.
boner ready for
okay. I'm sorry. I guess I just totally lost you. No, the hard one is like I'm trying to make a comparison. Like I know that guys like you guys have these like I don't know, you have like sexual like desires you like can't help like it's like hormonal natural thing that you have. And we experience like a similar thing as girls, but it's like emotional. And like, so we do get like these uncontrollable urges to like cuddle and fucking snuggle on the couch, but it's like emotional. So I'm trying to make a joke about how that compares. And I'm just trying to write that's the premise, but that's
One
the
more
joke
time.
though.
after a person stumbles in a particular area, that demonstrative is a single sitting on nothing.
Like that's the premise, so I'm working on
That's
that.
demonstrative
That's why I
that
come to
I'm
you
not.
guys.
What's the PayPal thing?
I'm not.
I don't know. I honestly like. I just. It's seriously.
She's about to say, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I thought everybody knew that PayPal just gives you over fucks you. It's bad.
Area. Of course,
Worst
that's
thing
the
on the
demonstrative
planet.
that you're struggling in that area. You'll see what
Maybe
it
there,
is.
but that probably wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah.
It's not idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that. Because, you know, you can get up and speak in front of everybody and commit to these ideas. So, based on, knowing that she's done it every week for several weeks, this might just be the offering for her, right? I'll tell her. Sure. Yeah. Usually better.
Because if there's a particular
So,
idea with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular idea
I mean,
in which I am
it would be more.
fully
I just don't understand, like,
says,
I
we
don't
should
know. I
type
mean,
a
definitely,
idea in.
I don't
That's
know
like,
if I would
we
keep
shouldn't
thinking
type
that
on
the
that. I
emotional
know
part of things.
desire.
I
There's a
honestly,
particular
I
idea.
write these jokes on Twitter and they do really well, and then I try to do them live, and I guess that's maybe my mistake.
is this the Iron Patriot? You just going back and forth on Twitter all
Such
day.
a beautiful idea. You have to learn it and never develop it.
But if it works,
There's a particular idea
sorry, Patriot.
that I don't stumble.
When she goes into that
Particular idea
territory
that I
where she
don't
says it's
transgress.
easy,
And a particular idea
Hurricane
for
Sax
which
gets
I
together
have
somebody loser
no
guys.
desire, I am
I think that's a good territory. There's a lot of jokes there because it's different. I'm cute, guys are losers. I disagree.
I don't want to be like that. That's not me.
The area that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress,
Do you have an off switch?
and any area that I need to stay, I'm
Yeah,
not
it is
excited
easier for her to have sex. That is the truth. But yeah, she's trying to get at the the cuddling part, which you can't do with a
Even when I go
superhero.
ahead
You can't
and I
even sit
do
down.
it's like, listen at it,
I mean, I come here because, like, in the beginning, you guys, like, really helped me tag, like, my jokes
what's
and
my
premises.
status?
Yeah,
What's my
but that's
status?
maybe the
What's
problem here
my
is it's hard to
status?
tag where we don't even think there's a joke there. So like, but
I'm not
I
excited
think
for
that the
that.
emotional
What I
part
am
is that there
is
is
about
something to
I'm
that.
about sugar.
It's just
I'm not
it's just hard to when you do men and women stuff. It's so hard to find a fresh take on it.
Right.
So
Area
make it
which
as
I
personal as
don't mess
possible,
up,
and maybe
which
even
I don't
write a couple
stumble
extra
in,
lines about it.
and which
You
I
know, like
don't
after the
have
PayPal joke,
desire
you should say.
in that
Because
area,
PayPal fucks you,
I'm
right?
excited.
Like you should have
Other
maybe just
areas where I
spelled
mess
it out
up,
more.
where I mess up,
I
either
don't know,
again, if I
it's
haven't done
something
sugar,
similar to
I'm
being
not
like,
sorry,
yeah,
I'm
right? Like,
not
a couple weeks ago, I
if
was
I've done
told that's
sugar,
fucking
I
dumb.
am about
I
sugar.
agree that you
Do
can't just say
everything
yeah
right.
right about everything because if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. But in the case of PayPal, fucking you, that may you may have more of a leg stand on, but they may just not have figured out that that was your point.
I had not
You know what I
transgressed
mean?
those particular ideas.
Sometimes you have
Now
to,
listen, it goes on.
unfortunately, you have to explain
So
things.
you're gonna see what this guy is
And other times, you have to try to get
You
rid
know
of
what it
that.
says?
Which brings me back to Twitter.
Oh,
If
it
jokes
says
you're
what?
killing on
The
Twitter,
thing is
say
that
them exactly
because
as written,
it's
because nothing you said today was 140 characters. Everything had more
done
stuff
in
to
with
it.
not
So
deciding
maybe you just need to just stand there and just
So what's
say
the
a line, say
beautiful
the
result
joke from
of
Twitter
what's the
as
beautiful
written on
reality
Twitter,
of the case
and
for
it
us?
might work better that way too.
The Google thing, like that I wrote on Twitter, I said Google is the only God that actually answers my question.
Areas. In fact, one can make the argument that we are speaking in many more areas in which
For some reason that just doesn't land, but
Yeah, I knew that would work if I said
some
it
things
out
are
loud.
cuter or funnier as a tweet than they are in front of an audience. But it's a very atheist tweet.
A lot of people with like gothy lifestyles are like, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Never did it, have no
Totally
desire for it.
definitely
But
like the
that's
only
I am
God.
excited in the opinion of our
Well,
shit.
maybe
I
Google,
listen,
Google is a God that will answer your questions or something. There's some way to tweak it, maybe,
Right?
because
See
it's
what
not,
it says
it's not a terrible observation.
She said Sarah Dresses on Twitter. Sarah
Sarah
posted Choppy. And as always, our other lovely lady, Fear can answer the quarter will make Harley confident.
I should be excited in certain areas. So the topics
I don't think it's fair that as a woman comic, I have to cover up
listen to
for
how
it
profound
than men
this
do.
is. In any given
Because,
moment
you
in
know, I have
life,
to be taken seriously
I
and
am
stuff.
simultaneously
Oh, I thought you
a
always
tzaddik, and I may also
No,
be
I
a
don't
Russia.
want to look like I
I may also be a
I mean, it's
simultaneously
nothing
a
against
tzaddik
lesbians. I'm not a
and a
lesbian.
Russia.
My mom just taught me to think
says,
outside the
this
box.
idea, העניין זה,
I
חושך,
don't judge. I have slutty
צדיק,
friends. I have
רק
lesbian
לדבר
friends.
הכתוב.
My friend Kate, she's
גם
super
אם
slutty.
לגבי שיים
But she doesn't do
נפש
anal. She's
and this idea
literally the
that
same
in
as
one
mine.
area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a Rasha.
I don't mean to toot my own horn, but everybody
Close over here was
masturbates.
a very interesting Gemara in the second Gemara. Close over here.
That's adorable.
And Rosh actually, we're going to stop over here today. It's not the case. You want to be able to shut down on those. We just point out that this is dramatically like that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and the rest of the same type. But you can look at it.
Over there.
A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very
Literally, I like. I just think that maybe because of the 1 minute format, you had to kind of race to
so
it
tzaddik
and
refers
spit it
to
out,
so to speak. Tzaddik is not as
What's the
much
first one again?
my definition of my entire persona as
Yeah,
much
that
as
got
it
a
defines my
little chuckle. I mean,
relationship.
maybe that trend is thrown around a little too much
Certain
these days.
ideas I'm a
That's
tzaddik,
Maybe a
there's
twist.
certain
Then
ideas
what's the
I'm a
main thing
Rasha.
that it's
Certain ideas I'm a tzaddik, no type of for it. No desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble with
Yeah,
it. I
at
don't
first you
desire
kind
it.
of compared it
I'm
to
a
like,
tzaddik
you
in
have
those
to
areas.
cover up more
Other
than
areas
guys
I
do, but
transgress.
guys are
After
completely
state of
covered up
transgression,
around
I
it.
make that call to it also. But again, if I do
So,
tshuva,
like,
then I'm about tshuva.
I don't know. I just don't know if that's even an issue worth addressing, like how you're forced to dress.
That a
Because
person after faith
I personally think,
is almost
for
like
me, a girl comic, lady comic should
you never speak to a person
just be a
even
comic and not be so much about because I'm a lady.
because of what a
But
person
then
in
that's
recovery
also a
is.
rule that's
You
meant to be
never want.
broken because there's times when people say
If you
hilarious
people
things
in
about
recovery,
specifically
going
about
at,
me.
people don't usually
I'd
say
say
I'm
make
recovered.
it, as much
I'm
about
recovered.
me. You
It's
as
that they
well
say,
as supposed to be.
you know, I'm
Because it's hard enough for women in comics
365 months,
that,
you know, whatever.
I think that
I'm
people
so
tune out
this
when it's like
amount of
when you're
time.
talking about
It's an
people,
incredibly
female
sort of
comics,
so
because
profound.
they're strangely
Because
sick of
what,
it and yet
what
also
the
haven't
coverage
embraced
and
it
addiction
like at the
really
same time.
highlights this idea.
Like the
This is
challenge
my
is
reality.
it's
This
a
is
much
something
bigger
I will
challenge for
contend
you
with
to
the rest of
understand
my
that.
life. It's my reality.
Anytime
My
you talk
goal
about your
is
appearance,
just
it
to
has
go
be
ahead
the
and
most
stretch
hilarious
the
joke.
sobriety
Otherwise,
for
it
as
just
long
puts
as
everybody
I
in your head
can.
about
The Tzaddik
the
said
girl
it's the same thing in faith.
telling jokes.
It's the same
She's
exact
attractive.
thing in
I
faith.
can't listen
I'm
to
in
this.
recovery.
I can't.
I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles.
Yeah.
That's it.
So many,
The
like,
areas in
there's so
which
many of
I
the most successful
struggle.
ones
Well,
really
see, if you
dress.
think about this, and like, it's not easy to chance
Yeah, which is
that
what she's trying to
struggle in one
make the joke
area,
about. So
and
it's
then
like
that
it's an
struggle
interesting
goes
observation.
totally
So
away.
I'm not saying
And
kill it, but I'm just saying that
right?
it's hard to do.
New
because
struggle,
drawing
nothing
attention to
to
the
do
fact
with
that,
the old struggle.
you know,
That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves,
There she goes,
the
everybody.
things we
Kimberly
struggle with
Congdon.
internally,
That's at
right?
Kimberly
Often have
Congdon on
the
Twitter with a
all the same
C-O-N-G-D-O-N.
stuff. But it manifests
Yeah, Doug,
itself
thank you so much for
differently in
doing
our
the
lives.
show.
that was so much
But
fun. I
it's
hope
all
that
things. So there's a sense of struggle.
I hope it was
In your
constructive.
areas of
Totally.
struggle,
Totally.
you never
It's a
really
classic episode, in my opinion.
tragically, I have no purpose
Anything you have
for
going
this
on that you want to
particular
promote?
thing. I just don't
Yeah,
want to.
Great
But
Swim
that's
Ever
okay.
Rolled is on
Listen, that's
DVD
incredible.
and
That's all I don't have to
iTunes,
become
and,
excited in the areas of my struggle. All I
you know,
have to
done those
do
movies, you
is
go
go
for all my
ahead and
tour
string
dates and
along
stuff, and
or string
I,
together
you know, I
a
have
prolonged
some
amount of
so
sobriety.
cool.
Yeah,
It's just
I thought it was
just
the top
coming
of
to
it.
a
It's
point
like, this I'm going to tell you,
supposed
this
to
is
be
this
a part of
treats
me.
me like
I
okay, this
thought I
is the way
heard in
we
the
look at ourselves, we look at our
I thought I
struggles,
heard
and
in
we look at our
is there
areas of
superhero
weakness
trying
and
to get
strength.
invited?
I think so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a new nickname for you.
Oh, God.
The Messiah of Marijuana.
Oh, that's not bad.
I thought it would be worse, but
It's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not
it's got
good.
alliteration. Yeah. It's probably a little long for a nickname, but I'll take it. I mean, I appreciate it.
That's awesome. Follow Iron, we will not. Follow the Iron Patriot on Twitter. He's at Comedy Patriot. He hit 1,000 followers. Just hit 1,000 followers. I just hit 10,000 followers for my first 10,000.
That squad is powerful.
Yeah. And Brian and I have an amazing set of shows coming up.
Stand Up Live in Phoenix, September 26th. Go to standuplive.com. In Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be there with Tom Segura and Christina Vizhensky and maybe a surprise. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm thinking about crashing that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Great fun.
Goodness.tv for all the tickets. Friday, September 27th. If you're in Winnipeg by any chance, I'm going to be there on the 12th and 13th. So September. And come to Kill Tony taping anytime on a Monday here at the Comedy Store. Up next, the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history with the man with the legend, Don Barris in the house. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
I can simultaneously struggle with multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time considered tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any
Give it up for
moment
Kill
of
Tony.
life,
Hi, everyone.
dialectic
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Another fun weekend. And here we are. Hi, everybody out there. Congratulations for being part of this fun audience.
Right inside the bottom paragraph
Okie
there,
dokie.
about 500
Always an interesting
the country
Yeah, we mixed it up a little. My iPad's down.
in Gamla Gabi Shara
Yeah, I don't think
and this idea that I can consider a tzaddik in one area,
excuse me.
even in other areas I am a Russia.
Well,
Just
so
because of
that ends the sound effects portion, right?
No, I downloaded an alternative sound effect program.
So
So it's going to be mixed up probably a little.
that's exciting.
Just for this episode, instead of the
Camel
normal
drivers.
kitty cat
All
sound, when
camel
a comic
drivers are
does
shut.
1 minute, we're going to have
They
a
changed the oldest
dolphin.
But what's going to replace the angry bear that comes in if they do
Camel
longer than
drivers, right?
60 seconds?
A gang of cows.
That is a lot of cows, man.
Those who penalize
So you don't want to run the light here in comedians out there for 60 seconds because you don't want to anger that group of cows.
Or the
They're actually
dolphin.
saying that the year, and they took riding the
That's
camel.
a
These
nice
guys both
Yeah, the
look
dolphin's
good,
sort of heavy, but those
man.
cows are aggressive.
Yeah.
Speaking of animals, as always, ladies and gentlemen, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, is here.
Incredible amount
I,
of therefore, all those donkey drivers are
Fuck yeah.
shut.
Still got it, Patriot. Still got it.
You know, I was listening to the last episode the other day, and listening to it is so much different than watching it. Because it really sounds like we're hanging out with kids.
And what does the left-hand column here?
Oh,
Yes, I noticed when I listened last night just to iTunes because I've been watching the video. And I want to say something to you, Rabbi. First, I want to congratulate you for winning funniest Instagrammer of the year at the LA Weekly Awards.
Oh, thank you.
Right
that
to
is awesome.
I'm not funny on Instagram, so I don't know what that means.
That's so
I don't post any funny photos. It's mostly food shit suits.
You know, I like the one you posted yesterday. You did a screenshot of my mailman video, and in the background was a Jungle Fever poster because my video was made in 1991, the same year as that movie came out. And what's interesting is Wesley Snipes just got released from prison a few months ago. He was serving 3 years for tax evasion. He started Jungle Fever, and now he's already got his life back on track, and he's in the movie Expendables 3. He's already got a good silver pipe banana song coming back. This might be the return of Jungle Fever this year. Me and Wesley.
I think that's a pretty bold statement. First of all, I don't think you're going to bring back the movie franchise Jungle Fever with the Wesley Snipes classic because of the music video. But I did watch that music video. You don't know, the Iron Patriot is a human being. And he wears a $5,000 custom-made Iron Patriot suit that came pretty dented up. He rides the bus here. He's here every Monday. And he rides the bus because in that $5,000 suit, he can't sit down. So he has to stand at all times. So he takes the bus here from down the street. And he was once in a band in Texas called the Dirty Crabber.
It's just called, I thought it was Dirty Crabber. That's my other name. So if you ever want to call me that, just call me that.
Did you ever have crabs as a base on that?
How do you
No,
reconcile
because my last name is Crabtree, and my brother, his name was Crabtree, so it was kind of a, play on that. Yeah, I did have crabs one time. Everybody's dealt with that, but now the girls are shaving their pouches, so I don't think there's any more crabs.
Yeah, they're actually becoming extinct lately. That's true.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Well, I shot a lip at this age.
So the Gamal and our
Yeah, but now you have to worry about like crotch heels or something. Those vaginas.
however, the
Yeah,
Gemara
well, a mouth with shaped vagina would have gross
לגבי
thinking.
עניין
What if worms?
שנחשב
Like girls are gay
במקום,
worms.
הן נחשב
This
לענף
will replace crabs.
So
I don't think they need to be replaced. I think that's something
they
we
are
can do
shut in
without.
one area,
So,
and
Patreon, you still have, even though you got the crabs, do you still have like a full
which
bush
is
underneath all that?
but it's a weekend because they have incredible level. They have incredible level.
And you say treat like a vagina, what are you doing down there?
With a broken heart and incredible level. שהגדול הסטנדרט או לא שם, אינו בהפך כולל
Yeah, it's hair. It's a bad idea. Don't ever do it. I tried it once. My fucking asshole. Everything was on fire. My joints balls, like the veins, they got really hard.
Am I
I thought you're like, wow, it's so
Russia?
hard right
The
now.
answer is
It was like that for
yes.
a week. It sucked.
The answer is yes. Yes. I'm excited and I'm a Russia. I'm excited in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas.
Now, you were, what I was getting at with this band, The Dirty Crabber, and I watched your music video for the first time over this past weekend, and I was laughing so hard because you sang a song called Share My Banana that you performed a few episodes ago, a few weeks ago here while holding a banana. You sang a song. It was racist.
And I said, because Russia, first of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all these areas. There are areas where I'm doing great things, and then there are areas where I'm really profound disability. So what is that? Who am I? Who's the subject really developing a bunch of
Was that from when you got tackled by the football player on
give me a shutting and to be shooting him. And it seems like, how can you see that? You're shutting in this area, shaving in
So
this
that twitch that you
area.
do with your left arm, is that because of the soothing you're wearing, or is that
It's a balance. It's two forces that kind of continue to find inside of me, inside of my and it's not a life of falling idea. Because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless.
I think we're making podcast history so far this episode. Oh yeah, it is Labor Day. What do you normally do on the Labor Day?
What is that?
You didn't have this
Like,
right
what
now.
does my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia
That's
in
what you
areas A, B, and C? What is that? So it's just like this.
So
That's not
disappointed
good.
when
That's
you
not
said,
good.
Do you practice singing a lot in front of mirrors?
Everyone with this value. Because I could start doing this.
So if I play a song right now, you'd be able to perform it? Alright, let's try this. What's the name of the song?
Unfortunately, I am a
Are you
Russia.
serious? Is
What's
this
the couple
happening
of
right
today?
now?
We'll pick up now again. At least you see where something gets this from.
Well, yeah, I think I have it.
Concept finds its expressions in the spirit and the sacafuda of the Trinidad and Greece and the terrace of the Rascal, and then we can develop
He
more.
sent you another song.
I sent that song and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song.
Wow, look at you.
How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Like, was it hours you were sitting there thinking about
No,
it?
it just kind of came
All
to
right,
me.
so good morning.
We've kind of been on this jungle fever thing for so long. I just kind of thought, man, let's just keep it going because, you know, Soul Sister number 9. I mean, I've never made love actually to black women. I've flirted with them, but, you know, one female brother that does turn me on is Beyonce. I love her. You know,
Female sister. Oh, wait.
she needs to drop that zero and get with the hero.
Oh my god.
Alright, well, let's hear it.
The actor person. Yes, good. The actor is over the camera with stars of Oliver Hassan. Actually, it's important for a person to establish what one is in the time. Talk about the concept of the film. We spoke about the idea that the film, although we often understand the film as referring to a place where we interact with monkeys, but in fact, again, the film could be experienced in Ramadan when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I made in life. So after you've spoken about this concept, also we're talking about this idea that this Gehenna and Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, which is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular adira, kol muksho b'chit sheshav alav b'tshuva, husimin v'alchacha she'ino naki l'chalutin mecheitzah. So it's like, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which we're going to have to continue to ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, "Simin ba'ochacha she'ino naki lechalutin mecheitzas." That's demonstrative that I'm not naki, I'm not cleansed, in other words, that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, vidvar avera, the davar va'avera, sha'adam naki mimenu legamre. Because when it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally nothing, that a person is totally cleansed from, the lo shum nidiyah, yishicha nafshis, b'shum taiva la'avera hadi. As it is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera from which I am totally clean and pure, he says, b'shum taiva la'avera hadi. I'm sorry, b'shum taiva la'avera, and I have no desire for this particular avera. Hari nikra b'nechshav adam zeva shamayim l'tzadik le'inyan osa davar va'osa avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble in, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. These are just two parts of the subject of life, of my personal life. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Jewish of the tzaddik is as follows. The Jewish is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, let's like commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik in that tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik, because the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. And in that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. Because everything is not a tzaddik. Not a tzaddik. That's when tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and have no desire, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular ideas. Now, what it goes on. We're going to see that this is a very exciting example. The other one says,
What's the deal with all of your songs being about hooking up with a black woman that you never actually hooked up with?
So what's the beautiful result of subject understanding? What's the beautiful reality that it creates for us? Think about it. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are happy shalom.
Depends on who you follow it up with.
Take off the ER and make it an A and you're fine.
Nobody's going to think you're talking about a 9 when you say
Beyonce. But we transgress. So well, this was just a second.
Do you think that you write these songs because you and perhaps a black woman out there have some unfinished business? Like
never did
Is
it,
it something you still
have no
fantasize about?
desire for it. But that's it. I am excited in the Indian of Hashem. I work with the people here, but you find this look a whole list of this. Right? Think about this going on, but in the areas of morality. There are so many types. There's certain certain relationships which normal people don't have desires for.
Another hand for the
So
Iron
which means
Patriot.
even within the same area,
This is
even
the
within
show
the
where
same
comedians do
prohibition,
60
I
seconds,
could
and
get
always a
excited
guest
certain
and I
areas.
and
So
my
there's something says
cohorts
about
here,
what
Red
this
Band
means
Patriot,
is
we all
any
talk with
given
the
moment
comedian
in
for a
life,
bit, see what's
this
going
is how
on,
the
see if we can
conversation. In any given
punch up
moment
their
in life,
jokes. They can take it
I
or
am
leave it if they want, all for
simultaneously
free. Always
a
just
tzaddik,
giving away gold
and
here
I
at
may
Bill
also be
Tony.
a Russia.
And I always have one of my funniest friends on
Simultaneously
the
a tzaddik
guest each week.
and a
Really
Russia.
excited about
Is
this
it? And the
week's
tzaddik
guest.
says, this idea,
He
the
is somebody
Indian
who
Jack,
I've always
the
looked up to since I
Chosik,
started here
the tzaddik,
many
Lakshmi
years
Davar
ago.
Echapilvat,
And I'm excited to
Gam
have
in
him. He's such
Megadi
an amazing
Sharing
guest.
Next
And in fact, he
Russia.
has
And
his
this
own
idea
person who
that in
gives
one
his
area
introduction.
I
So
could
I'm
be
just going to
treated
bring
as
up
a
that guy
tzaddik.
right now.
Right? Even
Your
though
hands
in
together
many
for
other
his
areas
introducer,
I am
Ryan
like a
Purvis.
Russia, Derek Shikasa Harash, but the Kedusha Gimda. Look over here, look at it.
This is not the guest. This is the guy who introduces
Look
the
over here.
guest.
And look, actually, we're gonna stop over there for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to touch back on him.
Are you ready?
So, okay, but just point out, President introduces this dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and the Russia at the same time. This is a new definition. A tzaddik, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, you can look at it, is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain Avedas. So to certain Avedas, I'm a tzaddik. To certain Avedas, I'm a Rasha. Certain Avedas, I'm a tzaddik. No type of it. No desire for it. No crisis for it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After theater transgressions, I may have to be wrong. But again, if I do Shiva, then I'm about Shiva. So also, it's also thinking about this yourself as fast. According to the approach of the United States, that a person's active hate is almost like a person being recovered. You never speak to a person who's in recovery. It's an amazing thing. Because of what a person in recovery is, he's never what?
That's why you got to get them before they die.
I got OJ in
Because
round
you
two.
see people in recovery,
Yeah.
going at, you know,
Really
people
fucking
usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered.
Jesus.
If they say, you know, I'm 365 months, you know, whatever. I'm so good this amount of time. It's incredible you put it in so
We
profound.
slanted the table
Because
differently for
what
you diehard
everything that
fans
gets
that
me
are following
really
that.
highlighted this idea is this
It's so that when
is
you
my
guys are on
reality.
stage,
This is
the
something I will
guest is
contend
just
with
looking
the
at
rest
their
of
butt.
my life. Is my reality.
So now we have a
My
better
goal
angle.
is just
Now
to
the
go ahead
camera
and
has
stretch
changed. I'm
the
sure
sobriety
you're watching on
for
our
as
good
long as
friends
I
over
can.
at Vimeo.
It's like it says it's the same thing as hate. It's the same
I'm sure
exact
that they
thing as
noticed
hate.
a slight
I'm in
change. So,
recovery.
anyway,
I'm
Freddie,
in
This is
recovery.
great,
Why?
Tony. This is
Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Look, if you think about this in life,
it's fucking
it's
unbelievable.
not easy to shine.
Yeah,
That
please.
I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. And Tanin Kadosh, Bolakan, like you struggle nothing to do with your own struggle. That's not something you would have to happen. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we struggle with all the same stuff. But we say, it manifests itself differently outside, but it's all the
It's the comedy
same
store.
thing. So there's this sense of
I actually
tragic.
prefer it.
In
I
the
refer
areas
to it
of
as
struggle,
white-skinned,
you
first of
never
all.
really become saddened.
No, or as all I refer to as black. But I don't care. It's
To
like
this
whatever.
particular thing.
Yeah,
I just know about good. But that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become saddened in the areas of my struggle. So all I have to do
my whole life,
is
zero
go ahead and
discrimination.
swing
Any
along
facet,
and
anywhere
put
at all,
together
not from
a
either side.
prolonged amount of sobriety.
No.
That's my goal. I will stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. There's no way you look at ourselves, you look at our struggles, and you look at our areas of weaknesses and
Patriot's
strength.
known for his accidental racism.
That's okay. You know.
Yeah. He's from Texas.
I was born there.
Yeah, you were born in San Antonio.
Jesus, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any podcast.
That's pretty cool.
I like you. I've seen you on Ice House Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
Very cool. You'd think I would have noticed fucking Iron Man following.
You know he loves you when his left arm twitches.
Yeah, I like him. That's a very impressive. I mean, that's super fucking impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask black comedians. I ask them on behalf of all black people, all the pressure is on you right now. Why do some black people call other lighter-skinned black people light-skinned with two T's?
It's just how it goes. It's a regional dialect. Yeah, and it's usually in urban and southern areas. That's where it comes from. It's actually there's a documentary called The Talking English. It turns out black people and white people from Boston usually speak English. It was supposedly been spoken between bastardized and
or that they
That makes sense.
And that's why all black guys have names like Jackson and stuff like that, like white British guys. Because the British ones are you'll be like a British guy. My name's Jerome Johnson. I don't know. It's like Jerome Jackson. Like, where do you want to go?
I read a thing the other day that the first, I mean, I had heard it before, but I read the whole thing about the first slave owner was a black guy.
Like, remember
Did you know
again,
that?
after the
I see them starting like gangster shit. Like white people stole it.
Because they would
That's gangster shit. Slave, right? Yeah. We always do it for I steal from myself. I'm on my white side steals from my black side. Are you kidding me? You guys always steal shit.
Reading this article, and basically half 3/4 of the way through it, I'm like, this guy, imagine his, I mean, if he started it, imagine all the white guys around him, like, this fucking guy's crazy. We're going to take over all these businesses, and he started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was similar to still for shit. They were taking corners as well.
Because I guess the original guy we did more research on too.
Where were you at one day? I just not Wikipedia.
I go on these Wikipedia tangents. That's exactly what I do.
I always do that too. I do that on YouTube, and then I always end up some guy telling a cop off. And I always want to see that. Some guy shoving it to a cop. Like, oh yeah, well here's the law. And I do like one guy threw the law on his face. The cop's like, is that true? It's like, yeah. And he's like, I'm not being detained. Well, I guess that's let's get my hair out.
I saw that one, and I love those videos. They're my favorite
Well,
one.
you have to be white to do shit like that too. I can't trust them. I can't look at me. They don't know what I am. They won't go for it.
That's so awesome. Freddie's one of the best impressionists that I know in the world. So, yeah. I'm excited to see if anybody pops up and puts it
I got a little
perhaps.
So, let's see. The concept of research is hopefully that ever
Shit.
and I really success something.
Freddie has a problem.
He says, Abdullah has also Yasmin Flying. Nikira had like Boma. Whatever causes that Sira itself, right? This is
Sounds like every
start of Rahman Mafaraka, Shabbat, Shabbat,
Sunday, brother.
7 weeks.
It's like a strip club DJ set. Or the guy announcing the monster truck.
Whatever says he says that the counting is divided into two parts.
All right.
The first part
Well,
he says,
you know what goes on here? Comedians come on and they do the 60
for the first
seconds and
33
talk.
days, or
Yeah,
up
it's
until the
I like
33rd
that. It's
day,
true. Little
the
comedy
essence
part.
of Sira
Things are
is
good. Tonight,
really
the Comedy Central roast of James
it's
Franco
almost
is
as
airing.
if it's
So,
the afterglow
yeah.
of
When
the
they're watching it, right?
Like that's
No, we can't watch it here
the
because
experience of
Comedy
incredible
Store has the
salvation
only kind of
and
cable
up
I've
until
ever
the
heard of that
33rd
doesn't get Comedy Central.
focus of the day.
They got some rig.
They have like Fox Sports and
Emanating
shit.
in
They have some weird.
وبالله بقومر ما سيوم كأعرف كمان كسياي
The rabbit ears on top of this building.
Wait a second, if you really think about it, we try to get internet here. They're like, no, we can't do it. We can't get internet here. They're like, no, don't get the cable company involved. See? We'll sit down on the rail.
The focus is about us. The focus is, and the question with the focus is, Eventually, the focus is if you're able to reach out of the things themselves, up until Lag BaOmer, if you reach out of the Sira, I know you can attach this line, from Lag BaOmer and on, if you reach out of the Sira, is pulled from Shavuos. He goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So Miami is Ha'im B'Chazek, Yaakov Kara Lo Gal'ei. If you close the pasuk, I think very good. Close the pasuk in Parshat Vayishlach. That's remember again, this is when Yaakov Avinu parts ways from Laban. And remember again, Yaakov steals away from Laban. He's going to go away from Laban. Laban catches up with him. And Laban catches up with him, and they make this treaty. Right after a little bit of anxiety at first, or a little bit of tension, they make this treaty. The treaty is they set up a line of 3 months. And both parties agree, no one crosses the lines. Yaakov's been going no, you don't come back, God on my line. Laban agrees not to come back, and they draw a line. So it says, Yaakov, and what do? They pile the sticks, they need a pile of stones in order to go and do my food.
Well, I didn't know that, so
Yaakov pulled his belly down within the pile. Testimony to what I was saying so beautiful. Quickly, Mr. Roman, even Shema Giyam Gal, when the Gal tried to open the Amara, tried telling Naiva Adika, open my eyes and I will see. Gal is glad. When Gal comes, when Lag comes, when Lag BaOmer comes, to the Yumas Lag BaOmer, as Nasir Ha'ir B'chinos Ha'ara Kabbalah. So the moment that Gal comes, the moment that Gal comes, is the moment that you begin to feel the energy of Kabbalah Torah. That you begin to feel ultimately again the energy of
Right, there's tons of names in the hat.
you
You guys ready to give this a week's start or what?
the energy of what's going to happen in just a few minutes from now. The Milas adds, see that word is very beautiful.
Those
Because
people
the
are, where are
word
you guys
add,
from?
adds, quotes the passage from Haskell, the Milachot Ate Adai, which again, if you want to directions for
Oh yeah,
straight Kabbalah Torah, they're literally again is blossoming into
you
woman.
listen to the
It's the
podcast?
metaphor referring to Tzagi spelled as a maturing young woman. Shalom al-Hashim.
You're in the right room. I picked a name, and the comedian's name, your first comedian tonight is Clee Wiggins.
Notion that the Torah itself is divided up into these 2 parts. And up until Lag BaOmer, the Kedusha, the solution of the days is Novea, stems from what was.
Yeah,
And
so
for the rest
Mara
of
was
the
up here earlier, and
the inspiration
Patrick was
stems
up here
from
being racist.
what
So
will
I just go with this
be.
one.
This
That
isn't like
actually,
the
not too
dialectic
long
of
ago,
life.
actually banged a
Like
ginger.
life is this coming into things.
Forced by
We are
circumstance.
inspired from our past,
Because I wanted to,
and
you know, so
ultimately,
I had to.
again, we gain strength from our
But the
past,
thing is, the first time
and
that we ever hooked up,
inspiration
his
from our
roommate
future.
walked in on us,
One more
and his
book,
roommate
he
just
says,
goes,
"Looking east
"He
of
wants
the
like
Orla
Neapolitan
Shams,
ice cream."
cultivated Suha Yada or Shams,
I was just
Kabbalah
ready to get two
Tafila,
of the 3
from
flavors.
Sobim Kamishim Yom,
There's the
Kikidish
man,
Nitake,
he was just
Hasnim
down.
Hasira,
I couldn't get to
Kidish
me too.
Niskala Hasagas, Hakar B'Chagashlos,
Neapolitan ice cream.
Kitsaret Ha'adam B'Tatim Nasopim Hasira, Ad Lag BaOmer, Shehu Chamishi, Shehu Shavu Chamishi Shadasira, Shuchot Shebahod, Ubikan Ve'ilat Masri V'Nishnotzeit on Tagashlos. No one say same idea of the Yisrael Ma'ar Hashem quoting the basic same idea of the
So many more
explaining
different
it a
kinds
little
of
bit
guys in my
differently
background.
in the more
Mexican
esoteric
pound cakes
concept
left also
of
going to
hold and hold Shebahod. I want to say it's a profound idea because what it tells you is the power your gaze that possess an incredible amount of Kedusha. The way they just embedded in the world possessing the rest of Kedusha. What happens is as time evolves, additional layers of Kedusha are added to the day. So now Yeshiva adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. Yashvi adds an element of holiness to Lag BaOmer. And here we have Rabbi Yisrael and the Ma'ar Hashem is saying from the beginning, from the time that we first started to count the Sphira, this day was significant. Because what this day represented, they will say, really, if you go down to the first thing is as follows, you start with that. The thing is as follows, that in life, if you build on your past, you have the ability to bring towards a magnificent future. In other words, in the ideal world, maybe it's the ideal world, put 33 days of of Sira,
I all day.
yeah, Golda is for me to leave my mitzvah. Because you all have our mitzvah. Like you all have our mitzvah, our narrow street. You all have the same right. It's full respect. It's fine. It's rare. The goal of the first 30 days is to leave your mitzvah. And then if you leave your mitzvah in 32 days, you can spend the rest of the year journeying ultimately to your heart. Because the paradigm for growth in life is
That's interesting. I like that. Like, you don't like that.
First deal with the trials. First deal with the difficulties. Deal with the trials. And then you have to
But then afterwards, do you go back?
that's the power of the cases of religion. Bringing transition. Worked on my past. I've left my striving. I've changed who I am. And I'm ready to work.
That's the thing, you know. She's like,
Do
you sleep with like a pillow?
you have a little bit of time.
Do you sleep with a
At
pillow?
the end of the show,
Do you sleep with a pillow?
No, I just sleep with the girl. I have one hand on her tip.
But you see, as I put I've also put on the sheet a beautiful piece by the Zelda, which you'll take a look on. You'll take a look at it as well. It is incredibly
Air
beautiful.
conditioning turned on like 30 degrees so you don't sweat. You're just locked, like keeping each other warm and you're surviving.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing?
None.
Even with the dick inside all night long?
Yeah, it seems like if you let the dick marinate inside of a vagina all night long, some type of life form would have to grow.
Or some kind of fusion would take place. But you have to have a period first before they can even get pregnant.
That's okay.
All right, I see what you did there.
This guy.
I know what you did. And you lean back after that like that.
I just can't get pregnant.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck yeah, I love Neapolitan ice cream. I love that reference there. That's fun.
It was pretty good when you talk about the brown gum coming out of the brother's banana. I've heard people talk about like chocolate milk coming out of it.
The brother's banana too. He can't make enough monkey references while talking about black people.
No, I was saying I like that joke. That was funny. I've heard chocolate milk jokes about
That was good.
females breasts, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system. I'm not on brother. Look, the answer reference is like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist. But it's from ignorance, which I feel like it's
Subtle racism is more offensive than overt racism. It's overt racism, you just own it.
I said I'm in love with Soul Sister number 9. I said it's a component of it.
It's like a fetish. It's not a good thing.
I love it. What was the, I like the, Dolce Dolce part. Is that right?
Yeah.
Good morning.
That references for all the bakers.
And then the Mexican
Italian.
The Mexican
We
cookies,
left
like
that
those
yesterday
that was
in the
It seems like it seems like you could go on and on with a whole ice cream run.
I've been trying to think of
Like the guy that like is abusive. It's like Rocky Road.
The first part is to have this
We could go on and on with ice cream. What do I know?
No, I like it. I'm gonna go explore that.
Tons of ice creams to be had. Clay Wiggins, everybody. If you're on Twitter, why don't you follow her at Clee the Pimp? That's Clee, K-L-E-E, the Pimp. At Clee the Pimp.
Why is it that food
Fuck yeah, that's fun. So that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes we just listen and chat to people. Sometimes we have brilliant ideas. Sometimes the Patriot just fucking twitches his little arm off. Yeah, but the brothers come out of their banana. Hey, what the fuck are you thinking over there?
Why is
I love it though.
brother, like when you say brother with a hard R, it tells me you say nigger with a hard R.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that because of his accidental racism, the Patriot bought that suit because he was getting beat up by black people all the time. That's why it's all dented and shit. The fuck you say, boy?
All
Alright. Back into the black bucket we go. Ori Amir. Put your hands together for Ori Amir. Oh, he's a jumper. Here he
When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an avera I committed, Mora שמוסריק עצמו ומסיק עצמו מלהכיר לגמרי. That shows that embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself. And distancing for myself from that sin is totality. שכבוש תשימו צעיש מגבר, מסיק עצמו. By definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. Okay, it's simply an incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done it. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to be associated with this. I distance myself from it. Looking at our so it's asking that this is different than somebody who has someone has a vocabulary. And ultimately, again, strengthens his own asking that he's part of the sin to catch them asking that in a sort of thing. As that, as a hate is asking them. Avala Mizah, and the time is
Powerful 60 seconds. Fans in the Memoriam here. I fucking love you. Where are you from?
that
That is so cool.
I don't want to self-identify with that particular.
It's like I got 60 seconds.
All I want
I'm gonna throw it out.
is
Then he did it. Then he did it. He did it.
Nothing but daggers the whole time.
I'm
Just
embarrassed.
fucking quick lightning jokes. That's so fun.
embarrassed.
How long have you been
I
doing stand-up?
don't want to be identified with it. I'm embarrassed. I want to
Did
be
it. You're talking about Leo or where you're from.
He's about five
Yeah,
minutes.
He did just
More
that.
to
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. What else do you do? What else do you do? You live here in Los Angeles? Various things. You sounded really smart until the end there.
I think he was gonna throw out a word and he knew it.
Right.
I don't want
Oh, that are affected by you.
I don't want to be associated with this.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're doing studies on that, on how laughter affects the brain and stuff like that.
Check out his shoes.
Oh yeah, those shoes are fucking baller, man.
Oh, they look like you were paintballing.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you're like super smart. What are you gonna do with your whole PhD thing once you get it?
Therefore, says the Maral, that's what the Gemara says. If you're embarrassed about the case, it means you don't want to be associated with this.
What's your favorite place that you've been
I'm
to?
really mad. I said to him, don't want to associate Vote is the Torah. Madrigas
That is
Hamzai.
awesome. Would you have been doing with the Colombian girl that you met?
Moshe's Panim Regan.
Just getting crazy. You guys do it by the beach like they do in movies.
Did you have the mom after you? The other guns, they were the guns.
And Aziz Khan, very Aziz Khan, so many of us, we may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it
And I'm a little 55 year old dude. That's
I know it is pretty crazy.
It's amazing what he's been doing with his life and I've been doing with mine.
What I want to know, like, what I find interesting is a guy as smart as you. Like, how seriously do you take the stand-up thing? Like, is it something that you'd rather do other than that? Or
Yeah, it's just like squash.
yeah,
Right, humility.
I can tell he loves it.
you do a lot of spots.
We all understand how arrogance manifests itself.
I think you're very, very funny and very, very interesting. Keep doing killing what you're doing. I recommend knowing more spots. You're so smart that you can break at any point. Don't let anybody tell you that you started too late. You're very funny and extremely smart, so use that to your advantage. That's Orium Mirror, everybody. There you go. A fucking genius. Levels and stand-up comedy kills, but
Everybody's PhD.
because you
We
get
gotta go write
well,
jokes.
I studied the brain. You may have heard of it, even though you're a fucking idiot.
this is not who I am. This is not who I
Varian's
want to
gonna
be.
be your next
This is
comedian.
not
Very funny man who I've seen here before.
That's the
Varian's
opposite
gonna
of
go bro, everybody.
Yeah, we should keep this color. I don't public cosplay. We keep it on the edge. We should keep it.
I love Latino women. You know why I love Latino women? Because they know how to take a punch. Seriously. Like the other women you hear, you know, they either want to call the authorities or fight back or call their brother. But I can make that joke because I got a Mexican wife. I got her in Tijuana for $50. She's an equestrian. I know she loves horses. Bought her from a guy for $50, man. So I don't have her yet. He's shipping her to me. I guess it's a better water. I don't know. I gave him my P.O. box, so I didn't want to give him my real address. Just in case shit don't work out, I have to get rid of her. So I got a room at Motel 6, so we staying there. I had it delivered to my P.O. box. So that's all I got. That's a new joke I'm working on.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
so my immediate thing, put your hands together for a little bro. There you go. Yeah, it's extremely funny from the top. I can tell the first thing that you wrote was that initial, first line, and now you're trying to make it bigger from there. That they can take a punch, and I like that you bail out of that and rationalize it. Do you really married? You don't have a
No. I actually wrote a long story of how I met her and how I love her, and you know, how the guy's going to send her to me, and I give him my P.O. box because I'm waiting, down at the post office. She's going to end up being there waiting on me to get there because I actually have a joke.
That's what I was waiting for. Was when you mentioned the PO box, like you got to mention, how you're just gonna check it out. You know what I mean? Like, see what you're dealing with from space. And if you're gonna keep playing it like that thing's real, then I would also rationalize, like, only $50. That's just enough for me to not care and be able to drive away without putting this thing in the car. Whatever ends up showing up in that post office. You know what I mean? So it's still worth it. It's not like, thousands of dollars. So
You can even say that you were unsure and you took her home for a week to try her out, but you got the insurance to take her back because she was broken. Something like that.
or that when the box came, it was such a strong box because Mexicans make such sturdy products that you couldn't even open the box. She just
Like 10 of her fucking cousins.
there it is. Yeah, for the price of one.
I like his energy. He's got good energy. He came out so he came
One
out
more
throwing
piece of
haymakers.
news.
That was good.
Absolutely, totally.
Incredibly
Orange is a great color because it's also a smell, sight,
nothing
taste.
was spoken of the person
Orange is the new black.
It is the new black. It is the new black.
that probably stuff was really incredible.
Where are you from? Houston, Texas. Say, let's get him.
He's dressed like he's performing comedy in a construction zone.
Yeah, I know.
This is like a casual day. It's a holiday.
But we always get it crisp like that from head to toe matching. Like I'll try to sometimes not match so much on purpose, but I'll look at it just head to toe.
Around college,
Hey man, thank you very much.
that
Yeah,
we
thank
will
you.
go to work with the
I like this song I've been saying too.
Lil Bro is on Twitter at Lil Bro. That's that's Lil LILBROUGH. For those of you that are huge fans of comedians with their names spelled as hard as they can be spelled, you must love Lil Bro. Bro's LBROUGH. Lil Bro.
He can also be called
This guy, man,
What is wrong with you?
the highness, listen
I
to
can
this
tell
thing.
after he says these
Literally,
things, he
when
laughs
you
because you can
uproot
see him
your
like
will,
jitter up and
is
down.
as if you are able to uproot the action.
Why don't you just take off into
The
the sky?
highness,
That'd be fucking amazing.
People fucking go crazy about the Iron Patriot. I mean, everybody loves it. Like, I guess, you know, I never get to listen to the podcast. I watch it from time to time and check out the visual part of everything. But I never get to listen. But it seems like everybody who listens and watches gets the feeling of how much
a little bit
and
further.
how light the Iron Patriot really is.
So it is fun for me because people send me questions and all day long I answer questions about Kill Tony. And a lot of people don't know they can watch it. I'll direct them with a link to where they can watch a video link, and they go, I didn't even know I could watch it.
Yeah,
to go ahead
it's all
and
blowing
negate
up
the
for you, man.
punishment
So I like people to see me and
right?
see my
For
costume,
example,
and
you
then
could
they'll ask,
take
about my
your
costume.
and you could
It's been a lot
transport
of fun
your
because
Averos
3 months ago I didn't even have a Twitter account. Now I'm just having a lot of fun every
and
day.
then you give it a higher from the Shiva,
It's on stuff, dude.
where a person can take his Averos
Can somebody push the reset button on the back of his control?
really focusing on the field is the
All
ability
right,
of
let's keep
Shiva
this fun
to
train
go
moving
ahead
along.
and uproot
Your next
the
comedian's
state.
name
I will say, think
is
about this for a
Dustin
moment.
Emery.
It's totally different. So I understand the concept of Shiva and its ability to negate punishment.
So
Right?
that
And
I
it's
know
not
of, I've
that
never
are there, every Avera, let's say every sin, every Avera, big or small, comes with an oath, comes with a punishment. So when I come here again, Shiva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. I can hear that. There's, what's the word? Not reading sheep, but, whatever, forget it.
anyways,
Right, this
you should never have a dick in my mouth.
Clemens, right, thank you. Clemens, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment, I just feel this
Which
Clemens.
results in a disturbing
The
dilemma for
notion
the
that
straight man
Shiva
because
is
now
powerful enough
I feel like I know what it's
to
like.
actually uproot acts.
Like,
Make
when
it
it's like that,
like
there's
the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that Shiva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it's never occurred. How do you back that in your heart? You're going to have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day
There's an
on Shiva on the teaching. We'll pick up with
what
the
I find
teaching
interesting
next
about
tomorrow.
what you
And
just
then we'll link it back in
having
next tomorrow.
is having a dream about sucking your own dick. Like, it seems like there would be a wealth of.
I've had that dream.
Really?
It is a
What do you do with it? Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing?
And you're like totally flexible and just able to do
Yeah,
that?
like I must have thrown out some business.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how. Just all of a sudden,
dreams are on second two of my dicks.
yeah.
Oh, that's just gay as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
One of those things can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking 2 of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like little bro's dick, but, sucking 2 of your own dicks. Do you have 2 dicks?
No.
Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
Yeah, how long have you been doing it?
I've done 2 open mics.
Okay,
awesome.
You know what? I think the thing in the beginning is he should have said it, what you opened with, then let it land for a second because you got right back into it because you let it land because it's an absurd thing. They're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then you get into it. Because sometimes you get into it and you have like get rid of shock. You see a lot of jaws drop like, I'm going to hear about dicks, but make it funny, you know?
Did you have a wet dream?
I've actually only ever had.
But you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like, I think there's something funny in that. Like, that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like, there's something in that. There's something in, you know, a bunch of that. I would stay in the pocket on the dream. I would analyze.
A dream frees you of all creepiness.
Right.
It does.
Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking 2 dicks.
1 dick minimum.
Yeah,
Dick maximum.
All right, so it's a good
One
point.
dick
We are
minimum. So true. Oh my god, totally. I mean, if you're sucking a dick in a dream, always
Make sure it's your dick. Make sure it's your dick.
but there's definitely a great premise there. That's so cool that you've only done this a couple times.
You didn't see when you got sick. You just get
Yeah,
it.
you should do it all the time as often as you can if you're interested in it. And, yeah, I mean, guys that look like you are getting jobs and geniuses like me. So, I mean, it's a great time off like that. Not many jobs, I'm still doing pretty fucking good, but you know, it's your time.
Like Keanu Reeves. It's a good time.
Absolutely. Look at this guy.
The one thing I would say though, and this is more you just learn because you go like a very short period of time, and you'll learn this. But the biggest thing I would say is to act like you're saying that as you, instead because you kind of, I can kind of tell you kind of like wrote it out, and kind of almost wrote
Yeah, I
it
can
out.
tell you're trying to remember how to say it verbatim.
Yeah, instead of like, no, this is actually me. It's talking to you. Like if I was talking to you and you were telling me this story, you wouldn't be doing it like that. You'd be doing it like, so I was like sucking his dick. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it would be more believable as you. But you'll learn that. You know?
Right. That comes from just telling it a lot, but so far, at least you're putting yourself in a position to have interesting premises. So there you go. That's in everybody. You don't have a Twitter? Get a Twitter, dude. Twitter all the time. Don't be that guy. Get a Twitter. It's never too late. Just get on Twitter. Do my own thing, man. And open mic number 30. You'll be on Twitter. You'll be like, why didn't I just get on Twitter?
It's always the hesitant people who actually get on this.
Oh yeah, totally. They come out of nowhere.
How long have you been doing comedy, Greg? Did you start doing comedy since
My very first time here.
Me too.
So you went through all this already. Like long time ago when you opened mics and stuff.
So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil,
They just got rid of the Sunday open mics.
Sunday open mic done.
that is also
Yeah.
That is
I don't
also
know.
important.
The crowd is getting
But
freaked
that
out.
means
Over
that when a
I
person
know, right?
that act must never
Yeah, it's
person
only a
is
tradition of
free
40
to
plus
go
years,
up
in which pretty much all of our favorites and
It's also all of the
Yeah,
okay,
and that's another feature about cutting
how that
out
works.
the future comics
Well,
hanging
okay,
out.
I'm
It seems like a great idea.
yeah, it's a really interesting situation. I feel like this is like the 9 a.m. report of 9/11, where it's like the 10 a.m. report's like, what the fuck just happened? And it's like so fresh off the presses that people are just like, can't even digest it yet. But it's
It's like when the plane, it's like you can show me two planes hit the moon, then I'll be scared. Right? It's like two minutes.
and we were talking about this outside. It benefits us.
Wait,
So,
no,
you
no,
know,
you know what? Before.
there's
The
one dick
repetition was just kind of
How would I imply that you get the word
right
maybe?
from the
we were
beginning.
talking about it outside that it benefits us than not having
And now they're
a show
please
for
stop
the 40 comics on Sunday because then
embarrassed. When a
technically
person suffers
we
embarrassment,
would get
We get a high spot.
right, a paid
so
spot.
again, I was putting together second brothers.
You know, the amount of money that they pay us. And so it's really interesting because even though it benefits me,
power
I
of
can clearly see
embarrassment
why that is.
to allow for
There's no other comedy club that has an open mic like this.
Yes.
Not Hamlet Cop. Yeah, well, then what's the logic to this? What's
And
the
it
Keeps the place going.
And I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to work stuff out. I mean, they'll end up, the people, it needs to be just marketed as for what it is because Sunday's like one of the coolest nights to come here.
Yeah, even the first time I ever went on, I saw like Chris Rock being in a band and be like, we played on the same stage as Zeppelin. That was the first fucking night they ever did it.
power of
Yeah, everybody
embarrassment
comes
is
in.
such.
If Chappelle's here, they're coming in.
I just came in and he's like, remember the first time I met Dice? I was like, hi, Andrew Dice Clay. Get the fuck out of
I
here.
know, exactly. I've only seen Dice on Sundays.
Real embarrassed.
I introduced him to my mom on a Sunday.
You know, you make all these rookie mistakes. And you go, oh my god, Dice, this is my
Yeah,
album.
that's
Fuck your uncle.
Right.
When did you
So we
fuck your
know
mom?
that's really
No, why would he fuck my mom?
No, like what happened?
No, I was with my mom and Dice on by, and I go, Dice, this is my mom. And he goes, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand, give her a hug?
Busha itself,
Your mom
itself
tell
is a feeling of shit, right? When you first got Busha, you were said,
No, he was really
doesn't have
nice.
to look, and then
Yeah,
it's
it's
embarrassed by that idea, most of it,
Right.
he's forgiven.
Gets it.
So somehow the
But,
Busha
hopefully
itself,
this
the
Sunday thing
embarrassment
will clear
itself,
itself up.
is the vehicle
It's an interesting,
sugar.
interesting.
the vehicle
It's
for
just something
Sugar.
that's being
And then
replaced.
the other
Right?
says
Just do like
that
shows.
Busha
Usually
itself
like a
is so
Tuesday
that
or Wednesday night
Busha
show.
almost
Which
tells
all
us
that needs
Gehenna.
to be
Now the truth is
known
both
about is that the
concepts
same
are
comics that
interrelated.
would do
According
the
to the
spot for
subject,
15
why
minutes there
is
are
it
here on
that
those Sunday
Busha
nights
has the
anyway
ability to
to do
atone?
a pop-in
Because
spot.
Busha itself
It's
is
just
the
an
Gehenna.
interesting thing
Gehenna
at the bottom
was
ground of
the earth
comedy,
that
and since
the
we
difference between the Judaic
do this
concept
show,
of
I figured
Gehenna,
it'd be worth
unless the Christian
Yeah, it's
concept of
mentioning.
hell,
It's an
a
interesting,
dramatic
interesting thing
difference.
happening there. So
Right?
So we should pick
Gehenna,
it.
Gehenna
Start.
is a rehabilitative process.
I
The
would
reason
pick
that
it
a
if I
sound
was
goes to
the
Gehenna
other comics.
is
Like,
that
okay, this is
ultimately,
fucking
again, usually one day it's
Oh, yeah, that's right.
able to go
hey, we already just lost a
back
spot
to
on
go.
Sunday. Get your
Some
hand
some
up
can
and
go right to that. Then others will shove
All right,
it
put your hands together for your next comedian, Des. Del got
the process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not seen. Christian concept of hell could be difficult. That's fun. So the idea will be given that somehow the busha is Gehenna, Gehenna is rehabilitated, and therefore by definition that's so we're going to kind of branch
should be
out.
coming. I mean, he's not deaf, right?
So let's speak about for a moment,
nothing
right?
on that, buddy.
Today, and then again
Does he know he's
tomorrow.
outside?
The power of busha. Take a
You guys
look.
are jerks.
It's put men's love. So very, very profound piece over
Oh,
here.
leave us the
That
guy
we're
under.
Wait a second. He's blind and he's under. Technically, by rule, the performer can come in just to perform.
And then we're going to see it.
You got a wireless mic, you can take
Yeah,
it
go
up there.
grab him. That's cool,
So
right?
put your cookman bob on the bottom.
Yeah, I could just.
Basically following along.
Okay.
And put your
Alright, so let's do one more
well,
round.
and say also
Is
we'll
coming,
leave it
right?
subject
I've
for a
always
little
had a
while.
fantasy.
I'm sure that's
Tonight,
going to take a
it's
couple
good
minutes.
investment
I've
for
always
your
had a fantasy
library.
via accent.
We're using
Had
the
such
French
like to me
Hugger,
a beautiful blind.
the Hugger version of
I think
the
she doesn't know how hot she is.
It's not the beautiful setup as far as so
She has no idea she's a cat. You're like, you're alright.
You're
You're okay.
okay.
She needed me talking to me like that. What can we do? They need to have a website to find these. What are they doing? They're trying to find just something gymnasium.
Shavusha, order of the Tshuva.
Gymnasium? Is that a unit of measurement?
Yes.
Found something Gemara.
That's the one.
And says
Is that
that
happening?
whoever goes ahead and does
Somebody
something
getting
and is embarrassed by it,
Is he still
he
here?
ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamistayish Bahem. Here it says
Really
explicitly
interesting. A
because the
comedian under
busha,
20 who's blind. I mean, this guy's going to be a star no matter what.
Oh yeah.
busha
It should be a
counts as
It's a
tshuva.
stand-up.
When you're
It's a stand-up,
embarrassed about
you know
the
what I mean? Like
faith,
any
that
joke is
embarrassment
automatically
in and of
funny
itself is the
when
tshuva.
you're blind.
So
I mean,
what's the
what
shot?
can't be?
So
How can
Migiri,
you not kill?
Shavusha
He's going to.
Sha'adam
He's
Stayim
already
Shamash
starting and he's under 21. Like, I'm
Yisod
honored to meet this
HaCharata,
guy. Des Del.
Lacharoto
God,
Yisod
he's got to
HaTshuva.
change his last
This
name.
is incredible. Because it
We'll
looks
talk
like
about that.
now it comes to
It's
Migiri.
going to be interesting no matter
Again,
what.
we're
It's
gonna-
like
we're gonna
comedy
have to-
history. I almost like the
According to
anticipation leading up to it.
So you're going to see
This might take
kind
a
of
while. Let's just
so,
do it more.
so let's see
Stairs and things like that.
that once the power
I saw him in the back.
of Busha we said before is the tshuva.
Please, he brings
Said
like
the
sunglasses.
Migiri,
Somebody did have
why
the cane.
is Busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Migiri says because the Busha is the
So what they want
equivalent
while we're
of
waiting? Put your hands together for
the
Peter,
equivalent
Christian,
of
Henson.
and Charata, the Charata positive to the Migiri is
This guy better be fucking blind.
the foundation for the tshuva. They're both gonna have
Then
this
he's
interesting
blacklisted.
idea. So
Blacklisted.
first of all, let's look at the Migiri, then we're gonna have to back it out for a little bit. We're gonna have to try. But just interestingly enough, the Migiri
I love it. There you
concept
go.
idea
It's
that
done.
Charata,
We'll never
of
hear
course,
Peter, Christian,
is
Henson again.
the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating
blind?
idea.
Anyway.
Makes sense.
All right, well, there you
Okay,
have it.
the
That's
first
still
thing is
good.
not
The
to
Lito
remorse.
is going to be a
And
star
what?
one day, but I guess
And
it
what?
doesn't start here tonight.
Then
It's probably just pink dot, like going in circles.
How do you know?
Probably heard me say his name, and he's on stage in the main room right now. This is not going well. I mean,
there's two reactions I had. That was.
I thought there was like at least 30 or 40 people that said they were going to this show, but I mean, I'm really bombing up here. I know I want to go on the stage.
I know I can't do
All right, very good.
again,
With your
but
next
at the
meeting,
end of the
Cody
day,
Morley.
I think those are just more like intellectual to us. The intellectual is a lot of times, a lot of times when people make, profound, changes in their life, and maybe in the act of the passion, it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a concept of that. There's a direct, almost an intellectual like, I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. Not a charata. The Migiri says that the true witness has the tshuva is charata. Because it's not remorseful about something. I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this actually so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could fix it back, I would. That's charata. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. Because to me, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you have charata that you can be projects? If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows what means that if I can take it back, I would. If I take it back, I would. That's so do I have to stop it there for today? We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, one piece. We're going to see this over in my round, and then I'm going to see that started in the next show. We'll go ahead and look at these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea that I will look to.
Two people. One and two, and this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said how many of you knew, my round of applause, you was fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the. Is that how you talk? I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy, and it's just my fucking life, man. It says, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Right? Are you from New York City?
All right,
Philly?
Where
are you?
Florida.
Like Miami? What do you mean South Bay? South Bay Shore, Brooklyn? What? Everybody's yelling like Northern California. That's Southern San Francisco. Cerritos Auto Sport. Can you name a city that you're near? It's all around there, you know? It's not 30 miles.
That's what I do.
Underneath his fucking clothes in the closet, they all had water damage. And it was water damage. It wasn't like my actual dad had an actual backhand. You had to sneak in. Really? In a corner of the basement with a secret door. Yeah, like the door actually.
I didn't have a dad, but I had an uncle too. And my uncle owned a bar, so what would happen was, this was a lot of my first jerking off moments. But what would happen was he had this amazing satellite dish that when I was like, whatever, 13 or 12 or whatever that happened, but the channels would just come in. But what's interesting is since it was on the second floor of this bar that he owned, there was a TV above his TV that had what was going on in the bar. So I knew when he would be coming up the stairs and shit, so I'd be watching those TVs just like, oh god, I really love them. Oh my god, this is so weird. What happened to you? Looking at the wrong TV. Right, exactly. You're staring your own people who load on your own walls. Zach Cody Morley.
That's why you don't look at the porn on your phone, because then somebody texts you like your buddy does. Like, oh, I got that.
Yeah.
You texted me, actually.
Really? During a session.
I didn't have the iPad there.
So every device was local. I so rarely do that. I remember when I got my iPhone and I first looked at porn on it, I was amazed. Like, this is a fucking revolution. Like, we went from Snake to watching a normal porno.
The worst result for doing something wrong is how you feel after you
I have a question for you, Patriot. I have a question for you, Patriot. What are the top three keyword search words that you type in when you're looking up porn?
I don't think unless there's something in it for me, has our general understanding of marriage, which is people are very
Jesus, that was not the question I asked. I can't believe you just said the words "go to you, jizz."
Just type in orphan Annie.
And then what happens? I see.
Listen to my
Because
question,
again, I think
Patriot.
I'm
When
going to
you're
get
going
things out
to
of it.
when
And
you
then I
go
go
to jerk
ahead and I
off on
say,
a porno
maybe I
website,
can get
what
out
are
of it
three
what I
words
want
that
to
you
get
find
out of it.
yourself typing in
Then
sometimes?
afterwards,
Not
I
all at the
realize
same
how I
time,
feel.
but at different
So
times,
that
your
says
three
that
favorite things that you're into.
that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, that says,
Oh,
the
hi,
greatest
Harry.
form of
Good thing I specifically asked for your top four.
What was it? The hearing that like having like Bush and no Bush?
year-old
version.
Yeah, Dirty Crabber.
There's still part of me that has a little love for the Bush because we grew up with the Bush. But it's not like this factor as far as it's a bit Bush or it's just like not taken care of. It's Dickinson shit. What the fuck do with it? Where it's like you're putting your dick in her ears, you're pulling her muscle hair, and it's no system in it.
Not really into it at all. I'm anti-Bush. I really am. I just can't. It reminds me of like I must have like seen my mom's vagina when I came out of it, and there was probably a bush there. My mom seems like the kind of lady that would have a bush, and I'm sure I saw that vagina on my way out, and I'm like, I don't need to ever see anything like that.
Everybody's mom's got a Bush.
That is the horse in the world.
Whose mom is that dirty of a slut that she's fucking pulling out the razor?
Many of us
I can't stop looking at Freddie's beard and thinking about Bush.
It's true. Me too.
Well, when I go down there and I eat it
I know
twice,
that
where I
people
really
are
have to pull this thing back. Look at that. Put the rubber band in and
Pull off the Captain Lou Albano.
but sometimes I'll leave it on and come up and
I can't believe I did it.
I like that.
Sometimes
Keep this function moving along. There's nothing from Dex, huh? Nothing from the blind guy?
You know what?
Oh,
Made the best
what a
decision
shame.
was after playing the past with the
All
side.
the potential I
And then
could
there are
see in
other
him.
bad decisions where I knew it was a
Your
bad
next
decision.
comedian is Frank
But for whatever
Castillo.
reason, I chose that and it wasn't a good fast. Ultimately, the ultimate hey. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like a good thing. I managed to
Like, we're not even Jewish.
if it ever says something to me, if it ever says, it's almost like we're
He's like,
different.
no, you are.
So, first think about how powerful this
Thank you.
show is.
That's right.
Because I didn't thank you for
Those
saying
21 seconds. Is there anything else you're working on?
absolutely
All right, well, first, let me just tell you
all
that
made
the
decisions
only thing that I
right.
didn't like was the
After I make
absolute
the decision,
opening.
I'd not be shy
I started prematurely balding
and
at
not
19,
like
but
it.
the okay, because you just need to go on to the next thing and right into your next sentence, because that's not really a punchline. So if you go like, okay, people are like, well, this is a laugh at that. You really don't need to, because that's not really a punchline. That's just your setup anyway. So into the premature balding, into the Jew thing, which I think is hilarious. Is there anything else that you're working on?
After the bad decision, that's part of the show. That's part of my show.
What's the
That's
premise
the
of
most
the
thing
new
about
idea?
it. Is, why do I feel this way? Because there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing.
So my
That
girlfriend is
recognition that I chose poorly. That recognition that I did the
she's
wrong
really
thing
good at cooking.
in
I
and
love
of
her cooking. I
itself
love it so much that
is
when it's hot chicks for me,
my shiva.
every time that I see a hot chick, I have to
Which is very
decide
profound.
whether or not it's going to be worth it.
He goes on, he says, well, in Amukazan,
See
also,
hot
but I
chicks,
also,
they're cute, but
what this does is, the goal of this says that about how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain
Again, when you
things
started
you
that
cannot
job,
save yourself from doing. There are certain things that occur, but the truth is powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of the freedom. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and subject to the feelings of Agnes. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agnes Nefesh,
it's good. There's something there. I know what he's
why
talking about. This
do
girl's
it?
far harder
So
than
if
my
I
girl.
think about this concept,
She
before the
cooks
commission
really good.
of the act,
And I even explore with that. It's like, girl,
from
you know,
engaging in
sevens
such
take care of you, tens
self-destructive
not so
behavior.
much.
But in the
Tens
event
take
that
care
I
of
did,
themselves. That's why
the
the
quote-unquote
tens.
good news is,
right?
those feelings,
Yeah,
like
there's
Nefesh, ultimately again,
it would also just be more clear on the front end of it. It's going to help you a lot in that payoff on the end. If you're more clear, because when you you're saying it now, you say, when you see a hot chick,
Gemara
you
says,
know, we
versus
don't
the
know whether
Living
you're
Adela,
saying that your
the
girlfriend's not hot
Hamizvayishba,
because you don't say
Mokum
that,
Kolabana.
so it's sort of misleading.
If
Whereas
I commit an
the
Adela,
idea is
and then
funnier
I'm
than how you're
embarrassed
saying it right now, which
as
is
a
fine
result
because I sort
of the
drug
idea
it
that
out
I
of you anyway.
committed,
You didn't want to talk about it.
ultimately again,
But,
I am forgiven.
you know,
Mokum
take the
I'll
importance
call
of
out
the setup
I
being
will
so
say, now why
important.
is it
It's as
that
important as the
Busha,
punchline.
why is it that
It needs to be
embarrassed
quick, concise, fun,
serves
to the point,
ultimately again
because that
to
all
atone
adds
for the
up to
sin?
the payoff.
Right?
In the end, this
Why
balloon
does that
that you're
work? I
blowing up
commit
for
an
one
Avera
quick
that
pop.
I'm embarrassed that I
Every
did
breath
it.
counts. The more
Mokum
air that's into it, the
such an
louder the
individual
pop's going to
is
be.
totally
So,
and wholly forgiven.
be clear on
What's
those
the
setups.
shot? So that is
Keep
the
rocking and rolling.
Hanukkah.
If you're on Twitter,
Bar
his name
Savo
is
Omes
@Frank C
Gehenom,
Comedy,
the
right?
Exem
There
Habusha
you go. That's Frank Castillo.
And I will say it's very simple because
A lot of names in the bucket today.
because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Avera is forgiven, it's not the fact that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The Busha is the punishment. The Busha that I feel, I will say again, now the incredible like sad irony is I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's not a lightning bolt coming down from Sinai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortune because I've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible case of disrepair. But when I just said that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore almost has like a cleansing cathartic effect of sin. So it's not to do for today, but I'm saying that the takeaway of this is so profound. I could avoid this. I could avoid this.
Very beginning of that, Brian pulled out
Ask
this
anyone
fucking
who wants to sign up for Gehenna,
disgusting fucking.
right? There's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna. Avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So let's say now I understand that in the aftermath of sin,
Here's
I
something
really
I would
create
say.
myself the goal a greater sensitivity to decision. And a recognition that I don't want to I don't want to do so. I don't want to get as much as Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are
We used to carry him around
there.
like in 8th grade,
In the
thinking we were
aftermath
gonna get
of
the puss
sin,
like he was
I
saying, like was gonna
would
attract
rather
the puss.
save
Like you should
myself
go somewhere
from
with
that
that because it's like you know, carrying the keys to Mercedes won't
we
attract
pick
the
up in
Mercedes.
Manchester
It's like,
with the
no, we'll
continuation
carry
of this
cars to
concept
attract
tomorrow.
pussy. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and
We thought that in 8th grade that because it's back there, it will come.
yeah, that and where I thought you were gonna go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. That and plus again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your setup because what you say is you know some guys keep a condom in their back pocket and that doesn't really work. But you're not making it clear that that doesn't work for you. It seems like you're dogging those guys that have it, but it's not. It works for me. Right. It works for other guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying.
Maybe it's something like, you know, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this would kill. Like if you said something like, you know, a guy like me, you know, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, you know, still have that face. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's in the pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's safe. Still me. Right, yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. And if he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a corpse under the stairs or something like that. Like, I really talk about that you look like a serial killer. That's the vibe I want to put out there. It's like, yeah. I mean, you really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like living life from.
I would say it doesn't work for me. I don't carry a condom in my pocket. I carry mace.
Every person, although many of us struggle with
That's not the worst. For innocent victims.
struggle with
Just for fun.
that one struggle. book is
At the end of the joke, we were talking about the only time you get to use it is if you saw somebody getting raped and you put it on that guy. Is that what you're saying?
address that struggle.
Yeah, sociopath. You're going to put the appeal on his banana.
Oh my god, that's what that was all for. I was waiting for the end to say he's doing his job. It's so blatant when he laughs in that suit. It's my new favorite thing.
But yeah, in the end, I'm completely confused on all that. Like, you saw somebody getting, sexually raped or whatever like that, and you would put the condom on him so he wouldn't feel it.
That was the only way I could use the condom. You could find something funny. Yeah, it's a really interesting reach that you're going for with that, but there might be something there like that.
Because a condo's hard to make. Somebody's getting raped.
I'm not like concerned with the logistics. I was trying to going for the oh my god. A patriot out of nowhere from Freeport. Well, I happen to know when I'm raping girls, it's not easy to put a condom on whatsoever. So I keep it on all day. Like a real rapist. I don't like condoms.
Which a person which people talk.
All right. Shorts, everybody.
People give it
What would Morgan Freeman say about
person talk, teaching every day, not with the Torah, just general what he calls sikas.
Where are we at? Let's do one more on the bucket, and then we're going to move on to our final segment of the show. Mike Glazer.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I enjoy doing magic.
That we often share. Because
Yeah, like a Jew who likes making coins appear all the time. Really fun to do. I'd pull them out of people's ears, which was nice because then I'd get a quarter and it felt good. And I enjoyed that idea. But then I was doing children's birthday parties in high school. No one attracted hypnotism. And no one would let me put their boy in a trance. So I don't know how they practice.
Common expression, but a common expression which
How do
is
hypnotism, like how do hypnotists practice?
So
How do you
Michael
get someone to never? How do you get them to try madly? You can't just wave a watch like an asshole. No one wants you.
Govern
No one wants to
that
whack
your
or bark against their
control.
control.
So the tzaddik goes from
And
that
that was
to
an
the
hour
opposite. What does it mean in my girl of this day?
Alright, that's one we're going right now.
All right, a joke about hypnosis, and everybody in the room got very sleepy. So it actually made sense if you add that part to it and not do any of the beginning stuff again. Cut out that 50 seconds that you just did. Just add the part. No, I'm kidding.
Common expression.
Yeah, you talked about hypnosis and other practices. Really not. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mike?
They're just quoting common expression.
Interesting. Where are you from?
Quoting common expression
Nice. How long have you been here?
in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a discussion discussion. So to see something amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, I like the idea of like how do you train hypnosis? You know, like, do you start off just waving in somebody's face real close, or is it like there might be something there, like
How many stopwatches?
A halakhic
yeah,
static different. What's the successful
Or how
amazing?
many
I like to
refuses
do it, even though again,
before the
statements of
placebo
Gemara
effect.
is quoted.
Here, drink a little bit of this.
What is the setup though? Were you really a magician? Did you really do all that? Or?
Nevertheless,
Yeah, I love
the
that.
next step
And
is
it's
to for the
in my mind, it's like, oh, protection,
quoted in the like
getting into a
something which
weird
actually just
new
happens.
thing.
It's
I just talk
a
about
week
myself
ago,
in this
in
verse.
that film. The Gemara quoted what was
But
the
I
context?
like the idea of like a
What
lot
was
of
the context?
getting people
Was
to
before
dance
I
against
think
their wills.
somewhere the Gemara said that
Do you have
is
bits about you doing
science.
magic and
Sorry,
being a magician at
if a
some
word
point?
is worth
There's a
one
short
seller,
story about it.
then shtikla is worth
That
two.
sounds
Oh,
fun.
it's worth the two. One for I think so.
How long did you get
Right,
magic
well,
for?
I
Did you
think
get
so.
magic?
We spoke about
Okay. How long did you do it
war.
Are you still doing it? Do you go to the Comedy and Magic Club there now? I want to go there. I don't do magic.
You haven't been there yet?
Can you do any magic
Remember
for us
again,
right now?
this was the
I
case.
let some rubber
Yeah,
bands. I can
this was the case where Yeah, Kabula, they lost the conversation. It's one of the Kabula went out to go ahead and find the
Keep their hair out of their face. It's got a good beard going on there.
Yeah, it is. It's very sturdy.
He goes for the heavy mustache with the beard. I like that look. It's a good look.
It's very well trimmed.
Like still years old.
Yeah, it is.
He's like lighter but full sun.
Totally.
Yeah, so we're figuring out the idea that he got a Kabula, and the Kabula goes ahead and loses the data.
You guys and your
One of the
testosterone.
members of the Kabula, to go ahead and look. Unfortunately, we have this kind of stuff. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There was a whole discussion about, which animal is used for the country.
It's just one of those things where it's like, how could this
Well, let's see,
possibly
the
be?
Kabula has the
And I'm still
color
waiting for
They
it.
lost
29
the
now,
color
but I still think about it. It's
Ruben
like,
goes out to find the carbon.
If you
In the
fuck
interim, the
I'm saying?
Kabula appoints a new
so
carbon.
many things.
Identify such a
on
new
my
carbon.
ass crack,
And
it'll
then
probably
Ruben
grow
said,
within
if
2 days.
neither party said anything to the other, right? Ruben didn't say anything to the Kabula. They're pretty much acting unilaterally. The Kabula didn't say anything to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Ruben uses the current base ducks that he found. The Kabula uses the replacement current base ducks, and someone might use the
You don't want to be hairy, man. You don't want to be hairy. Because I mean, Freddie looks like he's lucky. He's not too hairy like on the back
and
and
there's
the
a
chest
funny
or
thing when
anything.
people are
But
silent.
usually if
There's
they're
a
hairy
because
up in the
outside the
face,
chest,
they
and all of a
usually
sudden,
hairy
currently
everywhere. It's like
coming.
the older you get, it
Your
starts
fresh people
going
are coming.
everywhere. I saw ear hair the other day. I got lots of
Right.
hair.
So
Freaking
from
oh yeah,
here,
ear marks.
the wise man says,
Oh,
the
this guy's
silence
like,
is
fuck
good
you,
for the
bro.
wise man. The wise man is come from a lot of stuff also works also too.
Keep it going for Mike, please. Yeah, definitely. Keep rocking, man. He's on Twitter at GlaserBoo. We're now going to move on to our final portion of the show. As always, we have two regular, very funny ladies who do a minute each every single week since the inception. We're getting together for, as always, your first of the two, one and only Sarah Mr.
And again, that's not a
Getting ready to
statement
go out on a
of
day
Torah.
last week, and I realized
That's
I'm
a
spending
statement
entirely
of
too
life
much time
wisdom.
parking out
Of
here.
life wisdom. Yet,
You guys don't fucking
interestingly
care.
enough, remember,
You
since
don't
it's
fucking
brought
care. It
down
doesn't matter.
in the midst of
This
a
guy's about to
halakhic
spend $19 on a couple
and
Big Macs
short
and a
as
pack
a
of Siemens
calls
for
as a
what? A
proof
fucking pair of
of
panties?
halakhic
I don't think
discussion.
so.
So Tzaddik says,
It's not
what
about
do you
that.
see here?
Guys,
He says,
unfortunately, don't
he
have it
says,
that easy.
Zavai,
It's a little creepier with you guys, and I'm already wearing the little white paper envelope. Please don't bring that up. That's terrifying. Or the plaid boxers. No one wants to fight a fortress of plaid fabric to get to a dick. That's not good. Just maybe throw in some boxer briefs and call it a day. Make it easy for everybody.
Often
Because it's
Margaret
creepy.
that who made the industry is just a thing
That's all I got, you
that
guys.
people say all of the time. He goes
She
on and
is
says,
Sarah Mr. Tommy.
"Como near the Hanukkah comes to
The
come,
underwear
he
stuff.
finds very often throughout the Gemara. Shenedi the Gemara is not the
And what was the first part? Like,
the Gemara
guys
will
don't
quote
spin.
that which regular
What was the
people
first part?
say.
First one is talking about I spend way too much time. Like literally last week I tried to pick out underwear
And
and I don't know
ultimately,
why.
again, when it's
Like
quoted by the
it doesn't
Gemara,
fucking matter.
it's quoted in the context or the
Well, it's.
situation.
Did you wear that underwear on purpose, or is that just the most
Levi
beautiful vagina I've ever seen in my life?
Wow.
Jack,
You
who
are
talks
really
about
fucking rocking. Holy
you
shit.
run the job at home.
You don't want to wear pants when you're performing on a stage.
How they
That,
come in, show how he can have a
It's like a boundary that needs to stand. This is something in right now.
it's blatant. It looks
Like,
like
you know, the second has this the idea of many states. This quote saying it in what people like this is something that people were
Adrian,
I
I'm
got
pretty sure that you
how
wished
you
it to
how
come
you
true.
love you no my kids come tap to
Yeah,
tap
it's
not on the
a
floor or
camel toe would be a light way of
hurry
putting it. It's more of a camel's hoof.
like
There's like multiple toes, and it's basically almost a camel's arm. It's not offensive though. It's fine. It's fine and it's great, but it's definitely not professional. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't want to.
and the moment that a number of come in, right? The number of
Well, yeah,
change.
that's the
All
point.
these
Is
regular
that
people
you're doing stand-up, you don't want people daydreaming in your vagina. I mean, guys are gonna stare at that, and chicks are gonna hate you because
It's when you're talking about underwear.
there's a plus.
it's like a really interesting pair of pants that you're wearing, because not only does it accentuate the camel toe, but the front is almost completely missing of these pants.
It's
How
they're fucking
they
cute.
can
That's what
put these
Of course,
ordinary
but I'm just saying those pants make it look
what
like
is
she got
called
raped by Freddy Krueger.
a jewel, right? A gem in the mouth of an individual.
They're
You
cut
see
up.
again,
I mean, it's adorable, but we've talked about this before. Like, you know,
regular,
if
everyday
you,
people,
as far as
and then
doing
you find
stand-up,
zero
you
going ahead
gotta
and
dress
say,
the
oh, by
part
the way,
in some
those
way. That's
statements,
definitely,
if you thought was an ordinary
that's the
statement,
last thing
is
anyone
there's
I
a
know
process,
that's
there's a
succeeding on the
mixed
female
there's
end of doing
different
stand-up.
sources of halacha and
What was that like?
Torah. That's
the
what you tell yourself.
jerk-off city.
What the source is, what does this mean? Like, what's the
But yeah,
meaning of
it's
this?
not a
What
professional
does this mean?
pair of
Ultimately, again,
pants.
the word
I've
holy
been working
from
on the
regular
pants. I really
people,
didn't notice
yes,
that.
from the top of your
It's very,
so understand, these are the things
it's
develop
sexy.
this
It's fun. You know, when you
quite
make things
beautiful
like what you're talking
Totally.
about.
You gotta dress the part. You gotta almost dress like a boy to do stand-up. There she is, Sarah Mustajabi. We got fly, baby.
top of the earth.
And you know both ways. If Brady were up here wearing a thong, totally girls would not listen to this book.
Right. If I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble. Put your hands together for your next comedian. As always, the one and only Kimberly Condon.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day and she's like, Kimberly, you don't know anything. You don't know what's happening in the world. You need to grow up. Like, Mom, I watch the news and I'm not immature. There's some really serious things happening. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. That's not funny. Okay, Mom. I know what's going on. Like, CBS and Time Warner had that little battle, right? They had a month-long blackout. Did you know that? Big deal. I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, you're so immature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature, but you have a really big problem with Jewish people, so I'm going to get off the phone. That's it.
Always good. Short, sweet, thunderous jokes. You've packed them into one format of which you're talking to your mom. It's an easy outlet to unload those 3 topical jokes. Well, the only thing I would add to it is acknowledge that your mom is right Puerto Rican. Right, I would acknowledge that from the top, you know, that it's always interesting listening to your mom, because then that'll make that pop a little bit, because people are like, what, you know, it's just a little bit, normally I say trim stuff and make jokes shorter, but with that, it's just to throw that in there on that front end so that people aren't surprised when they hear a stronger accent. But other than that, that's very impressive. You're killing it, Kimberly, every week with the new minute, and great job to both you and Sarah Dresses.
And you drove over your vagina, so I can't see it. Also.
She does. Freddie, anything you want to promote?
I'm on Twitter now.
Awesome. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
Podcast on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And then
That's good.
that's what's good. But most importantly, find me on PlayStation 3 if you think you're the shit. Call of Duty Black Ops. I will fuck you up. Son, Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. I will drive by, shoot, pepper your ass off like it's nobody's business. And don't try to be my friend on the online. Very nice guy in real life, but I'll shoot you in your face online. My name is Mr. Majestic, which is a Charles Bronson movie. Look it up. Because that's who I am. Is Mr. Fucking Majestic. 187 on PlayStation 3. Thank you very much. And the champ. The fucking champ. Thank you for having me on this.
It's always a pleasure to have you. Please keep that fantasy football belt nice and clean, because I'll be taking it from you in just 2 months.
Oh, you want to be my lead man carrying around for me? That's awesome. No, it's awesome. I'm trying to show you so busy.
I actually open up against you on Sunday.
Oh, good luck to you.
The Dead Kid Timmy versus the Hinchcliffe Letters this Sunday in fantasy football. Comic Patriot is at Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's the Iron Patriot here. He's one of the coolest guys in the world. At Red Band, at Tony Hinchcliffe. We're going to Phoenix.
The 26th Thursday will be at Stand Up Live at StandUp.com. The following day will be in Ohio with Tom Segura and Christina Krasinski. Go to DeathSquad.tv. Guys, thanks a lot.
I'm in Winnipeg the 12th and the 13th.
Well, you should have been all the way next weekend, sorry.
Thank you. halachically illegal, it certainly seems like a strange story. So here you have Yosef abstaining from a relationship that he felt was inappropriate. Yehuda engaged in a relationship that kind of just raises our eyebrows as we read it. How do we distinguish? And so to take it further, Yosef wouldn't engage in a relationship because, like the Rabbi says, lo yischaber in Rishai. But isn't the act of having a relationship with a harlot by definition one of connecting with?
Fuck yeah, everybody, welcome. How are you guys doing tonight?
And obviously, again, there was the
Looks like
Yad
there's a big
Hashem
crowd here tonight. A shout out to the Death
but
Squad
still, when you
fans
just
that are
thinking
out.
about registration,
Hey
doesn't
guys,
seem like
how are
Yosef
you?
actually
Welcome.
There's a
and
plethora
that was just something amazing.
My
Goes on and
homeboy,
says,
J.R. Steiner, is wearing the greatest t-shirt I've ever seen tonight. J.R., will you come up here real quick and show this thing off?
Yeah, it's badass. I mean, there's controversy about it, but it's badass.
and also great
Yeah.
practice.
Look at this
like the
fucking
Prophet
Kill
said,
Tony shirt,
the
ladies and
100
gentlemen.
years
What
after
do
I
you
said,
think?
It's discovering the Joe Rogan podcast with Brian Selby, where he's like this little community called Death Squad. And there's like 8 of us here right now, and we flew from all over the country. And so what I wanted to do was get some shirts together for us. So I came up with this idea. Like the higher patron thing is definitely like it's like only the fans will get. You know what I mean? So I want to surprise these guys. So yeah, here's a shirt. We'll never actually be able to sell it because of copyright. This is badass. So we fucking love you guys.
Thank you so much. And we're here for J.R. Steiner and Absolute Nation, everybody.
Let's think about stage real quick because let's introduce the Iron Patriots. There's controversy about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Patriot is here, everyone. That's one of his many catchphrases. Patriot, any new catchphrases this week? What's bothering Patriots and the fact that is it the fact that JR is somewhat black? It's the thought that counts, though, right? Yeah.
Think about it.
Anybody on the shirt?
Isn't it even a stronger than right? So you guys he has no idea that God is going to do it. He has no idea that the wheels that are turning. Like he just came up with the loss of his life. Like this is so funny. Again, afterwards it even says, yes,
What's the difference exactly in the logistics between the comic book Patriot and the Patriot that's on the shirt? Why does anybody care who's underneath the suit? Everybody, do you remember the old Tom and Jerry when it used to be awesome, and then they made that new Tom and Jerry that everyone looked really weird on it? Is it like the same thing to you?
It's just when they change a story that you're so passionate about. See, I didn't even know they were going to have it in the movie till like a year ago. You know, they came out that with pictures that the Iron Patriot was going to be in the movie. Before that, the guy that made the costume for it, we didn't even know it was going to be in Iron Man 3. And then it was kind of a shock when we saw they changed the story because we were so in love with the story. So yeah,
Wait, who was in love with this story?
the guy that smoked the costume in the movie, my friend John.
Where's that Hollywood Barrett?
remember again,
People
go
run
to
away.
that
I was saying to JR, I would like to maybe somebody in the crowd maybe get a shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we do like a contest? Like maybe short me do a quick tribute.
Wait, I thought there was only one shirt and that it was for me.
I bought like 12 of them.
Did you really?
There's only 8 claims, so if you want to give
come on, whose intentions were righteous and whose character was righteous. Ultimately, again, she was to a series of things that
an 13-year-old knows this.
Do you have mine? You want to give it to me because I want to put it over here so I have one.
ultimately
Alright,
again,
like you're gonna possibly be able to keep an eye on the shirt that's
by some type of what you perceive to be divine message. But the mechanism
steal it, rip it up, and make it sexy.
she sought to bring about the actual release of that message is inappropriate. Therefore, again, that's vicious, that's evil, and therefore nothing good comes out.
No, it stretches it out.
With the public utility of this message, it's incredibly important that we on a simple level, the ends don't justify the means. At the end of the day, sometimes the life you have to do, you have to do uncomfortable things in order to bring about a meaningful result.
Like everything of the
But the moment that you actually come to the rasa to do so is the moment that the cause is no longer
that is so
in
fucking.
so see, you hear this distinction? We all have to do
J.R.
something.
Steiner,
But
everybody.
sometimes I just have to do
Powering a
uncomfortable
march
things
of
to
greats
bring
like
about
Tony
certain
Hinchcliffe,
results.
Joey Diaz,
But
and
the
Bernie
moment you have
Stevens,
to
the
do
great soul.
something that makes you
Fuck
in
yeah.
Russia,
Patriots
it's the
gonna
moment that the goal you are pursuing is no longer
the
noble.
best. Like,
Kama
it just
has
gets
to do
real.
something uncomfortable. I would imagine
What do you get at one of those fanny packs?
right, Kama was a young woman. She was a young woman, widowed twice because of the
I
action
do
of her
not find that
husband,
hard to
not
believe at
because
all.
of her.
I can
And yet,
picture Red Fanny.
she doesn't say anything. She can't say
Now, it
anything.
seems
What
like
is she
it's
going
getting
to
a
say?
little dusty.
What
Do
is she
you
going to
polish
teach?
that ever?
You're like this. A father-in-law who thinks that she's not like the Black Widow. Like they think that she's just, there's no way I'm married this girl to anyone else from my family. She has to do something uncomfortable, but yet while maintaining her righteousness. Which is crucified, has to do something uncomfortable, but ultimately against the legal and the moral. And the moment that you actually become elected, in the
I think you're
pursuit
trying
of
to
the actual
rationalize
wisdom and goal, the moment that the goal is no longer worthy and no longer appropriate. So look,
What
that's like,
pictures are we talking about?
slowly,
Pictures on
although there's so
Instagram and
much
Twitter. What do you say? Yeah, they
there's a
look pretty
difference
badass.
in
And the dirt is actually a good contrast between the lights and the
of the
shadows.
two primary
Of
the two
What do
primary
you guys go?
individuals.
Bot
Some
folk
are
somewhere already.
both motivated by
Fuck
a
yeah,
vision.
PH. Anything
that
else
they're
exciting happened this week? Did you smoke any pot or anything? Any deep thoughts with the Patriot?
Some are uncomfortable circumstances, but not illegal. Patients 55. Illegal circumstances to become the Russia, long to become Russia, the actualization of the goal is no longer noble or was required. It was sexual incredibly chosen. And what an important lesson. It's how much of the next time
What did they use to make it yellow?
And the only ability to accomplish and requires that sometimes the people who got uncomfortable. A difference is uncomfortable as illicit. A difference is uncomfortable as illegal. A difference is uncomfortable as inappropriate. You have to go out of your comfort zone to accomplish great things.
What'd you think of your girl, Miley?
But the moment that you have to make yourself into a Russia is the moment you have to stop and realize that this is not a goal worthy of pursuit. And we'll stop over here to pick up the work of the next test.
Have you seen that new video that was released?
You know, there's some bad grammar in that video.
Which one? The one
You know how she says we run things, things don't run we? That's not correct grammar. It should be things, we run things, things don't run us.
It's got your left arm twitching, I noticed.
Oh, you gotta stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom says. I was doing
Gotta be fucking shit.
You keep telling me when I get it, because I'm gonna call it that's bad habit. I'm a superhero. I can't be looking like a twitcher.
I just say, honestly, as a robot, it works. It looks like you're kind of like, you know, redoing something or...
Yeah, I don't want to look like I have Parkinson's disease or something.
Yeah, I always wondered if it was part of your, like, robotic type of... I always wondered if it was the suit or something, but now that you've admitted that your mom's always told you that you need to control your arm twitching, I think it adds a great element because it makes you so human in a way.
Tony, can I ask you about that wisdom? Watching that wisdom going
Yes.
and you know, like watching because they keep showing this with papers like over and over, like a million times. You see that?
What do you mean it was hard to watch?
I'll tell you, I was watching all my clips of my favorite comedians, Jeff Ross and Sarah Silverman. How do they distribute those jokes? How do you write those jokes? How do they determine which
It's a very interesting, long process. A lot of it has to do with the comedians coming up with their own sort of take on the situation, what they want to get through that night. A lot of them write it themselves, a lot of them write it with us in a room. Sometimes we write them in a room and just write these crazy fucking jokes that turn into, I mean, everybody knows a great one when they see it, so that sometimes they, just deal them out accordingly. But it's an interesting, different type of process that never has a rhyme or reason. But good question. Well, I mean, you asked me, so you really didn't give me much of a choice.
Two examples. Example number one is those who example number two is so even though you your statement is spoken about, your words are defining for things.
Oh, they are.
Now, do you still talk to all the crabbers?
And that's only what that's married for dreams, but ultimately,
did you ever fall out with one of them?
That's the marriage. And yet, again, the reason why not that was like the 45 that would have been being collaborating, connecting with the Alexa. And that was
what did they call?
From that
How many girls were there?
versus the DJ and come out. Well, although the episode itself
Did you bring one of the girls to the show?
and very she has
I think we talking $10, $20.
So you've talked with the other dirty crabber
the rest coming on collaboration with the rest never works. It never works. No matter what you think, you're going to get
you can tell. Look at that left guard go.
Can
Can you say you think you're going to have a house in Malibu again?
Sometimes when collaborating with good people, sometimes
oh, and that would be like a perfect Iron Patriot, Iron Man type of thing. I'm trying to get him excited so that he does it again. What would be your main platform?
So that's what happened. So that's what it is to be great. Every
Fuck yeah, Patriot.
Who's your vice president, Dr. Schultz?
is not. But it's still on
Oh, you are one excited little Patriot tonight, aren't you? Well, we're happy to have you, Patriot. You excited about our guests tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guests tonight, two guys, literally two of the smartest, funniest, most awesome people that I know. These guys are unbelievable, and it's an absolute miracle that I'm such a badass motherfucker that I'm able to get these two guys on my show at the same time. So, what do you say we just bring him up? Various guys. This guy has his own amazing comedy group called the Goat Face Comedy. Truly hilarious. You can catch him almost every single night of the week here at the Comedy Store. Put your hands together for the one and only Fahim Anwar. Monster. And our guest has the entire world a great friend. He and this guy served together for the funniest guy. If you don't know him, you're going to. The one and only Gerard Carmichael, everybody. Hell yeah. Fuck yes. I can't tell you how excited I am to have you two guys with me, with Red Band, and with the Iron Patriot.
The fact that I have the struggle indicates
Do you know about the Iron Patriots, Rob?
I am intense that is ready to stick with very change. The fact that I have the struggle, I like the idea that I have the power to overcome them as well. ומומחה ולא
Right, we have an
יוסף
aluminum Patriot that
להיות
applied
כמו
last week.
חושבים ומשפיע בזכות עצמם. זה לא שתקוטט explanation for the table of subject. This is really what the level of people have to understand. And for Ocean you only learn this concept.
It's true, yeah.
That Allah every social thing is a good car for a
I
bad
love
car.
that you think
It's the car.
that's who the real me
And
is.
the title everything has become a power.
You had this crazy
So
mullet
how
and a wife
do you
beater.
remember the Rabbi says,
It's a character.
Kas, Kaiba, yes, it might be.
He's
If I
like, I
channel
think
them
I'm
in the
better
wrong
than
way,
this
of
guy.
course, that's the later. If I channel them in the correct way, even for Kas, according to the Rabbi, not everybody would agree with this, but even Kas can be used in a constructive fashion. The Rabbi says something like,
Oh my
I
God,
struggle with
Patriot.
that state. I struggle with a Kaiba.
I almost
The
beat
fact
the
that I
shit out of
have
you
that
for asking
Kaiba,
that just
and the
then.
fact that at the end of the day, I can't seem to rein in that Kaiba,
No, you don't. You're over one with
how
questions and
strong
withdraw.
that desire
The Iron
is.
Patriot is our
And the
head of
fact that I have a
security.
desire that is so
And
strong that year after year I can't seem to relinquish it, tells me that I possess an enormous Torah. Tells me that I possess because it takes such an incredible way to look at the ongoing struggle. Because those of us who do have our limits, which we struggle with for a very, very long time, and
Thank you.
and you're almost ready to say, you know what, I can't, it's exhausting.
Chicken fillet, the entire word.
You know, to go ahead and constantly fight against that I have to do over and over and over. And at certain points in time, a person just wants to say, you know what, I'm good in other areas of life. I lost the battle. I can't fight anymore. And the other way gives us so much hope. Because it's like, no, the very existence of the ongoing Adela, the very existence of the style that you think you can't win,
I saw 2 arm twitches on that one. I was really excited. He bought this $4,000 suit, right?
it's
And it was shipped from what country? From Norway.
We're going to see Ocean Cash because that's what the Rabbi describes as abstract and then science. It seems like there's no such thing as a good talk, bad talk, just like telling us. Doing everything to show us with a mindset how to actually think. So it's a double deal. It's a double
But I had no way to get it to him because I could have said it, but he's not going to pay attention to me. You know, I couldn't get him. It was so frustrating because I couldn't get him the music. And I knew he loved the crowd.
Dirty Crabber is a band that the Iron Patriot won the SM. It was a band he was in Texas when he was growing up, and their big hit song, it was Peel That Banana. Share My Banana. In which he would hand out bananas to everybody in the audience. He would throw them at him at first, and then he would start this song. And it's accidentally racist. Oh, what's this, Patriot?
Life is straight. What is that? I'm not being involved in the yourself, though. You get the Tamari, you host you who will cover the public trust. This is especially the level of the person of the group. You still come talk. You go ahead and do truthful holy people. Now, again, you want to use it in a context. When you still come talk, ultimately, again, you try to go ahead and understand. The right outlook and people degrade it. Or people degrade us in authority. Or they degrade Torah. How come by that, with a venom, with a viciousness, has lay you on master? What is it you don't say? Keep the baseball. fun to come across them like that.
A story about two monkeys named Jacob and the teacher.
Someone
But it ain't
like
racist. I ain't talking about
the double bone, the purpose is not reality. Come on, it's about two monkeys. You can make a cartoon out of that. What else I got saying? You see the problem who presented a viciousness to defend the pretty vulnerable and to defend the Torah, especially in the face of those people's battle them being a part of the for us, at the end of the day, that's what's coming up, and that's the person who wants to do that. That's how the customer works on both sides.
The song's
Again,
not
that's how
racist. It's not about the female brother.
What
And
is
what he's saying when he says female brother, that's his way of describing black
and
women.
there's a place to be that.
I'm not kidding. I noticed this over the last few weeks. He naturally, I guess it's originally being from Texas or something, but the female brothers, and he doesn't call them sisters. I asked him this last week. He doesn't call them sisters because he doesn't want people getting them confused for nuns. We couldn't make that up. That's him. Gerard, what's the report on everything I just told you?
And the other child reacts.
You don't understand how much I love the brothers. I was raised on good times, Sanford and Son.
Just because there's a stimulus, it doesn't have to be a reaction. It's just because someone says something to you, you don't have to prove something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the golden rule in much of interpersonal relationships.
The reputation stays true. Well, you guys know what we do here. We have a huge amount of comedians that sign up in order to get pulled out of this bucket. They get 60 seconds, maybe try something new, maybe try something old, and whether it's new or old, we can try to either tag their material or interview them, talk about something else that we think else they should talk about or something like that. It's just an interview after they do 60 seconds of stand-up. Comedians, when you hit 60 seconds exactly, you're going to hear this that means you're at 60 seconds to stop. Because if you continue to go, the Angry West Hollywood Bear comes out. Now, originally it would be like 5 or 10 seconds after you went over your time, the bear would come out. But we noticed recently that when Goodman gets a little excited, and sometimes that bear will come pretty quickly after the cat. Oh, that bear's already brewing in there. You can just hear it getting ready for people to run the light. If you if for some reason they're not here for their spot, they get blacklisted permanently from the show. And all that means is that they're off the show. They go into a different tile, and the Iron Patriot makes this one. Alright, so what do you guys say we get this thing started? It's all happening. Our first meeting tonight for 60 seconds.
Not only is the Gemara going ahead and holding the pizza, right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good. That's how powerful it is. But what else is the Gemara saying? Hagredu, you should work your relationship with such a common partner. But Jonathan, once again, I use that Shibu Kazan uses
very aggressive, and I loved it.
Another display of this same subject.
Alright, your first comedian tonight is Jessamine.
It's a thing that I want to be clear, and especially on this. Remember, the use of cast is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. A lot of times life we can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's less unchecked and used whenever it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear. The subject is using this as an example. It is a constructive use for cast. And because sometimes becomes beautiful and important, meaning yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which I will say, I would venture to say 99% of the time that there's cast, it's not this kind of cast. It's not constructive past. It's often thinking, but again, the point that I'm talking is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like
that was something.
terrible things when they are used against the correction of something like a past can be something constructive because of it when used ultimately to bring about the lesson. It's an incredible idea. He goes on, he said, the Ishtahabit. There was in a tzaddik sounds like somebody said, that we'll stop over here for today. We're not finished with past just yet. Right? There's still more to discuss with past, but I mentioned we'll stop over here. We'll pick up, let's say, because the tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding past. Since past itself, we'll just spend a few lines speaking about why past is considered to be so dramatically destructive. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another day or two in American Center.
Yeah, you gotta project, Justin, man. I mean, we're not even really getting an opportunity to know what you're saying, whether it's like you gotta like kick it out of the gate. Give us an example. Like say,
I'll have some pie.
I'll have some pie.
No, actually try.
I'll have some pie.
It's already better. Did you hear that? Did somebody get her some fucking pie? What are you guys doing sitting there? Jesus Christ.
Unused Michelle Tanner one.
Oh my God. Jessamine. I love what's going on with you, but I have no idea what you said the entire time you were up here.
Can I try one of them? One joke.
Yeah, try the joke.
What
I don't see the world in black and white. I see the blonde and
The angry US Hollywood Bear is out of nowhere. All right, no, it's okay. I don't get what you're saying there. Like it sounds like that sounds like a joke that Hitler would write. I only sing fun brunette. Like, are you saying that you don't want black people around? Are you saying that? Like, what is that? I mean, it's.
Very interesting.
There's more here in this than just that. You know,
the Balamai tells you on the bench. You want to get your Torah, you want to get your first. Everything the Balamai tells you is one exception. Balamai tells you one thing.
yeah.
You do not have to spoke about piano. So
But I totally agree with what Fahim was just saying conversationally when you were just explaining that
We have more insight into you with that than just
I am not obligated.
we know nothing about you or your mind works really like anything you could have done. It's energy.
Even if someone communicates to me,
So there's that, there's joke writing, then there's also just nerves because you're new. So it's very hard to process the two. So just stage time. Where all these nerves
I have to look at everything that you need to
have you ever considered wearing an
unless
Iron
of course you
Patriots?
to get out.
Just kidding, Patriot. Jesus, that death glare you're giving. And that left arm so solid, not twitching at all. That freaking thing is a wall right now.
I guess I like those.
I'm thinking of when you do Uriah Hasidus,
God.
the left hand
I
column,
do.
left
Justin, I love it. You gotta project next time, okay? You gotta really push your up.
that the Torah is the story of the Nasi, the Nasi. ויעפיל לענות עלות על איבר שיש אחר חודניה, גילוי החסידות. על איבר שיש אקשי החדש גם אחרי גיגר ונרדם של חסיד הארץ. לא שמעת לגמילות ישראל, ונרדם חדש,
appreciate that.
They are
And for the record, it's not my fault.
to Roma, the
You're all
Daniel,
good. No.
there were groups of individuals who decided to try to
Heck yeah, Jessamine, everybody. She's on Twitter at real_adorable is her, that's her actual Twitter handle. Jarrell Carmichael nailing it from 3-point range, everybody.
Just saw what happened.
Fuck yeah. Jessamine got the mic and the mic stand. One more time for Jessamine, everybody.
Can't go it. And now you're going to blow it and do it. And that might
Real
only
adorable.
blow it.
I think, I don't know that she said it wasn't her dad, but it could be because she just goes by the name Jessamine. She doesn't rep that last name, you know what I'm saying? So she was trying to say no.
شهر كبار خلاص أخي مرامي وأمر إنه فأمينه وأمينه على مقام الجماعة in pain, Lama will come with Moshe. Whatever your tongue says here, they define them. They define Moshe. They realize they were wrong. They realize they're not incorrect. That's fine. They were wrong. Now, why are they defining Moshe? Why are they defining the bonus of Allah?
I don't think you've ever been funny on purpose.
Think about it. The episode of the
Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Pete Christian Hesse.
Like, remember, and it's made it because one of the leaders is about he's so unhappy and yet a man is big and great to do around. Come on, that's over. And look at the connection. What's this from? This game, Laro Shama Moshe Rabbeinu. As they show that have house houses, the ain't if that's the case, ultimately again, so why do they say to Moshe, why do they not listen to Moshe when Moshe says you can't go in because the sun is shining? You should have understood that Hashem does not want them to go to Eretz Yisrael now. Ella, Mucha, שממוקם חיים לפני שמחתי שזה, שהקדוש ברוך הוא שבא לבית, אומר להם שלא ייכנסו לארץ ישראל, ובכלל מה שאמרו חכמים חוץ מזה. Says that Tzaddik did not know that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you can't go to Eretz Yisrael, this was the case of Kol Ma Sheyomer L'Chal Bal HaBayis say, which that really the devotion of God is not to go in. That's what you can't drive us away from it. You can't do it. But that's what Baruch Hu tries to drive us. I listen to everything that Hashem says. But ultimately, again, Baruch Hu says, I no longer desire a relationship with you. I no longer want closeness with you. I no longer want connection with you. I don't have to listen. This was the start of the Ma'afilim. Excuse me, mistake. We acknowledge you made a mistake. It was a terrible, horrific, dramatic mistake that had so many repercussions. But at the end of the day, I don't have to listen to Hashem when Hashem is trying to distance me from Him. And therefore, again, I'm feeling justified in going to Israel. Such a dramatic idea. So in this law, the Kol Shabalabais, you don't have to listen to the Balabas. You don't have to listen to the Baruch Hu. It's the Omer She'in Lachzor. If I can Baruch Hu says, that I can't be Kuvah, if I can Baruch Hu says that I can't return, I am not obligated.
I've never seen somebody that looks
Both like cowboy and
Which is
really an incredible, truly incredible development by the side. What I want to point out is that this verse of Koma Shola Kabalabayis, I say, whatever the Balabayis is, whatever it's going to do, you have to accept this with yourself. This is always stated before us. So the Tzaddik is applying this to the exercise of Ma'afilim. Which is really exceptionally dramatic. that this was their svara. They weren't trying to negate this, and they weren't trying to undermine or to lessen the
And he
sins
just
of the
squeezed into
Rabbi.
the bit.
They just felt that the Jew has to listen to God in every single area of life, except
Got the bear off guard.
I don't have to listen to Hashem tells me to go. Okay, so we'll see. We'll stop here for today.
Oh, shit.
Next Hashem that this
Thinking, what do you got for Pete's question? Ask him what's going on. Like how he's soaked up the intro.
It's just not here. I'll just say this now.
I'm about to rock your world.
One of the
And then it got a little like high school motivational speaker ish in the middle.
Yeah, and then it really, I believe at one point you were saying give everybody $1 million and the banks will probably collapse.
Rabbi Meir was always by his side trying to urge him to go ahead and come back. But at least Rabbi said, I can't, because Shamati Me'achori HaChalgut, I hear from behind the curtain, when the Torah says in the Middle Shuvu Banim Shobim, turn all wayward children, put Me'achar, except for Achar. So I was when I would do tshuva. I would do tshuva. And the Torah doesn't even want me. So it's very interesting because the Rishonim and the Achronim try to understand like what happened over here. Like what is this? What is that bicycle? So in Rabbi Soloveitchik in the Jewish Russia discusses, he said the Rosh never heard this. Excuse me, never said this. The Prophet said never said what's the Achar. The love in the Jewish Russia in that Russia the Huko Dora to Yishma. And we said that we own innocent we project. So Elisha ben Avi assumes he's so broken. I don't like myself. I can tell he's doesn't like he's projected his own broken kite onto the Ribbon Shalom. Like Shah said something amazing. The Shah said, maybe God said it. Maybe God said, "Put me out there." You know what the Shah says? Who cares? Who cares what Baruch Hu said? And he actually quotes this member. Maybe God did say what's me out there. Maybe that the Prophet doesn't want you back. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's excluding you from the possibility of children. Maybe that's all possible. But at the end of the day, he says this in his things. So it's very incredible. You can tell me today. Let's pick up with the rest of the
I want to comment on the first part of his routine. It is interesting how many stars there are on Hollywood Boulevard. You know, when I first got here, my territory. Quit encroaching. I mean, that shit stretches all the way down to mine over to Capitol Records. I mean, when I first got here, I thought they would just be up kind of by the Chinese theater, but they got stars for everybody. Just like, you know, he said the Muppets and Kermit the Frog. I mean, I hope to have my own star someday that says Comic Patriot. It's $30,000 for each star.
All right, folks. Good morning. Let us begin. So we have to talk to Mer Hashem this morning in Storm Os Mem Vav.
Well, there you go. That's Pete
We're
Christian
picking
Hesse.
up.
Good job,
Let's take
Pete.
a look
Thanks for
on
coming, buddy.
page Zion in the Biur HaChasidus towards the end of the bottom
This is
paragraph.
your official
So
Twitter
remember
Hesse.
again, in this incredible oath with subject is
Pete
discussing
Hesse,
the
everybody.
concept
Follow him on
of
Twitter.
Kol Ma Shekomer and Shkol Ma Sheyoman Balabayis Hasei Chutz Nitzei. Right? Remember the Balabayis. In this case, again, metaphorically, the Balabayis refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Whatever the Balabayis tells you to do, you should do, with the exception, ultimately, again, of getting out, of leaving. You actually don't have to listen. So Tzaddik highlighted this as listen. But of course, whatever the emotional tells me to do, I have to do. But if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says he no longer desires a relationship with me, and he wants me to distance myself from him, I don't have to listen. Instead, I am permitted to forge forward with the establishment of a relationship and say, I don't want to leave your side. So remember again, the Tzaddik spoke about this concept in the context of the Nazis, the group of Jews who decided to defy the edict of Moshe Rabbeinu in the aftermath of the Shir of Raglim and still tried to enter into Eretz Yisrael, or Eretz Canaan at that point in time. So remember again, what was their logic? So we often look at them as unrepentant sinners. The Tzaddik says, no, just the opposite. They really felt, they genuinely felt that although HaKadosh Baruch Hu said we can't enter into the land, we don't have to listen to Hashem because of that. Moshe was telling us that he wants distance from us. That's the one thing we don't have to adhere to. Notice the Sir Tzaddik goes on, he says something so beautiful over here. If you look, again, page Kuf Zayin, Be'urei HaChasidus, right hand side, bottom paragraph. בכל הקרשה הנזכרת אחר שהיא המרגלים, מבוארת שם לדיין נזכר בסעודם להשם יזברך. היי בזוהר, שביר והמליץ את כל עניין אחרית המרגלים, למשל ברמז על התורה. So this is truly beautiful. It's very close to Zohar, and Zohar explains that in fact the entire story of the Meraglim is a metaphor. It's a obviously it's an actual story. Of course, it occurred. But the Zohar thing, it also has incredible and profound metaphorical significance. What's the profound metaphorical significance of the story of the Meraglim? So this is what he says. He explains, שהקדוש ברוך הוא אומר לבני אדם לעיין בתורה ולסור על ידיו את הדרך שבאמצעותה יגיעו אל העולם הבא כדי להתחזק בלימודו ובשמירתו. So interestingly enough, he says as follows, that in the Zohar's metaphor, entry into the land of Israel, sending in the Meraglim to scout out Eretz Yisrael, is actually a metaphor for ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael represents Torah. And each of us is a Meragel. Each of us is one of the Meraglim, one of the spies. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I want you to go and seek out Torah. I want you to go and understand Torah. I want you to go and explore what Torah is. And I want you to figure out how, based on that Torah, to go out and live your life. That's what I would like you to be able to do. That's the significance, ultimately, again, of the story of the Meraglim. She goes on and says as follows. This is the metaphor. Eretz Yisrael is Torah. The Meraglim are
and then you repeated it louder the second time. You didn't hear it. It was really like I was expecting you to just start walking up the stage like Chris Rock. I mean, just like walking sideways.
I do that a lot in order to live a meaningful and impactful life. He goes on, he shares the story of it. What's the story happens? People enter into our people. People
it doesn't look right. It may feel right. It doesn't come across as right. It comes across as, oh, that guy's trying to be cool for a second.
So what happens? There are some people who enter the Torah, the Eretz Yisrael Torah. And I was wondering, what did the Meraglim do when they came in Eretz Yisrael? What did they do? Interestingly enough, if you notice again, they didn't lie about anything, right? They didn't make up things. But what did the Meraglim do?
Yeah, man, like my girl next to me rolled down my window and say something.
I don't give a shit. Jesus Christ. That's something you need to be talking about. You're that douchebag. You need to come out and say, I'm a fucking douchebag. Here's what I do.
This is why. And then it's why.
And then another still makes sense. Why are you creeping on women is what we're wondering. I mean, it's funny, don't get me wrong, that you can still use that when they're deciding with their phone. You can see them making that decision when they press that gas a little bit. Like, I think that's very fun. Yeah, like, what do you say when you roll down this fucking window and talk to all of our girlfriends and stuff? I mean, you're not hear about it almost like once a week.
Right, yeah, no. Sure, don't tell you that. Some guy trying to get on the intercom.
There's this creep. He had like Ray-Ban glasses and he sort of looked like a white ninja.
She had all that she saw they were Ray-Ban glasses. I know Ray-Bans when I see them.
You know Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Like, there's something like, remember Venus? And then he did an impression of a cool black guy and drove away.
the shine is what is going to be aspiration. So sometimes, unfortunately, you come to the conclusion of the miraculous. Learning is too hard, observing is too hard, everything is too overwhelming. It's very nice, but it's the Eretz Okaras Yom Shivah. This day language is going to see, it'll sacrifice that. What happens in this? If you want some miraculous man, you slow down on the Eretz Yisrael. You know, people start doing so, say, only show you the story of the Eretz. I'm a miraculous, so yes, you do it, I say, I'm a well, used to, as a scout, was not doing so much of it. What happens? The same with the miraculous, ultimately lost that. Because it was open in his house, which report. Moshe is not going to go in. So we'll say, so what happens when a person comes up? And what happens when a person says, you know what, Torah is too overwhelming. Mitzvah is too overwhelming. Right? Observance is too overwhelming. Mitzvah is too overwhelming. So what happens? You lose it. You lose it. As it was like, Eretz Yisrael doesn't run after you. And at the end, Torah doesn't run after you. It's just a person who does that.
You see how that summons a reaction from people? That's what you want. You want to get those people growling like that on your own when you're talking about it.
Miraculous, you believe it is exactly what you're not doing.
Yeah, what kind of car do you have?
If you don't make any effort
Oh, that's fucking fair. If we're gonna force on four wheels, I love that.
The ramification is
He's pulling up next to a girl on a bicycle like, hey, what's up? What do you do? You want a ride?
it's a
Throw it in the
consequence.
trunk.
It's not a punishment.
Automatic trunk, thank you very much.
Consequence is the result. So Moshe was listen, if you're not willing to engage, and if you're not willing to toil to aspire Eretz Yisrael, you don't get it. If you're not, the metaphoric meaning of God, if you're not willing to toil to aspire Torah, if you're not willing to toil to aspire spiritual things, you just don't get it. Not in this world, not in the world to come. He goes, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll tell you,
If you're gonna do it, you have to waste it on a good-looking
what
girl.
does Hashem say? What does Moshe say? So the next, now we're kind of combining both the stories. So what happens the next time? So remember again, that day one, the last one come back to do a Shabbat, right? The nice of Shabbat. They come back, they
Everybody, there he goes. Follow me, 1, 2, 3 on Twitter.
the tree is handed
If
down,
you want to
you're
tag
not
any
going
of
to
the
the
stuff
yourself.
out there for you,
40 years
this
later, in the desert, your entire generation is going to die out. What happens the next morning?
Jeez, I get so offended when somebody comes at you,
There's
you
this
know what I
group
mean? I
called
get so
the
defensive of you.
They want to go up. They want to go in. So what does Moshe say to them? I'll tell you, don't go up. Ki in Hashem b'kirah. For Hashem is not in your midst. Which again, we translate from the term means what? Hashem is not with you. If Hashem is not with you, you're not going to be successful. Al zeh ha'epilu b'is'akshilalos v'leitonis v'eretz Yisrael af neged Rishon Hashem Yisrael. So it's like, there's a lot of things happening right over here. So friends, you have to understand the fun of you. The fun of you is emotionally and exclusively. God is not with you. But God is not with you. And yet what? What happens? They went anyway. Now listen, now watch this. Since Yisrael opens that, hey, Nisku Mitzchaya Lashim Zach. Now we're kind of jumping a little bit. So remember, he pulls out the first thing. So the first part of telling people saying is, by the way, the whole miraculous story is not just a story about conquest of Eretz Yisrael. It's also a metaphoric story about the Jew and his acquisition of spirituality. How you acquire Torah, and a recognition that it doesn't come easily. It's scared off by the struggle, just understand the word accomplish and require nothing. So Moshe says, if you weren't willing to engage in the struggle, and you just engage in the struggle, Hashem's not going to be with you, not in this world, and not in the world to come. Now we'll sort of move this back. So remember again, the topic was saying before, this concept of Kol Mashi Yoma Elecha Halabayis, a safe say. Whatever Hashem told you to do, you should do, with the exception of if God told you to get out. God told you he doesn't want you anymore, don't listen, and keep trying to engage. So remember again, the subject says, who's the hiding man against example of this? The not here. It's good. Moshe Rabbeinu tells them Hashem is not with you. Hashem is not with you. And you know what happened? They went anyway. Is
this just a corpse that's laying over your
think about it, by
ledge?
the way,
I mean, what
the
a skin.
Na'ashim story is more crazy than the miracle story. Right? Think about it just a moment. The miracle made a mistake. A dramatic mistake. Terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, but one can make the argument that they kind of left to their own devices. The Na'ashim are getting ready to march on Eretz Yisrael the morning after the miracle of the battle. And Moshe says, God's not with me. God's not with me. It's not going to work. So what do you think you do? What's going through your head that you're glowing? So Elamite says, what's happening over here? Yishim Tisavu, Sheba opens that, and Yisku Liskari, Lashem Yisparach. Gan Tishom Lam, Balabai Yiskidi, would say, ultimately, again, they literally thought that even though Moshe Rabbeinu said, God is not with you, they'll still be successful. We'll still be successful. Why? Because we don't have to listen to Hashem when He tells us to go away. Don't listen to Hashem. Now, listen, I want to point out over here. I'll read this next line and we'll have to stop over here for today. It says, Kimo Sha'amru, Kimo Sha'amru, Mekar Lakach, Sheskab Yisrael B'Bachim, V'Gat Hasliach, Kimo Sha'amru, Chachamim Nizal, Shechutzbasa, Ma'usa B'Likara. We'll see what the concept tomorrow. But this is what Chazal told us to say. That chutzpah is like monarchy without a crown.
Would you guys like to see that right now? Come on, Josh, let's suck his dick. Come on, Josh, get in there. Get in there. Come on, let's blow it on your tits.
We'll discuss what this means. Okay, but sometimes what it means
Peter, what are you so uncomfortable about? I like girls. I like
get to what you want.
Come on, he looks like Rhea Perlman. Let him do it.
I'm sure this guy's been hilarious, right? I'm sure it's in the business
Josh,
world.
you're taking orders from the pantry now. Get your ass over there and suck his dick.
You don't ask, you don't get. And sometimes you have to ask pretty forcefully, right? But sometimes you can't just ask. Sometimes you have to push. If you don't push, you don't get. So there's an element in the realm of willingness. You see this concept as well. Sometimes the only way to accomplish what you need to accomplish from a willingness is chutzpah. Well, lest you think that chutzpah is a desired approach. So we're going to see the Zohar calls or the Gemara calls chutzpah is monarchy without the crown. They'll say, what is it? Monarchy without the crown. So you could be the king without the crown, but you're really missing something. Right? There's an important monarchical necessity that is missing from you if you don't have the crown. So we'll have to stop over here. Now also, I just want to point out this already in this, because this is really quite fascinating, is the following interesting dynamic. You see, on one hand, what Tzaddik told us, which means that listen to everything that God tells you, except what God tells you to get out. Yet, interestingly enough, the example of that is the Na'ashim. And interestingly enough, the Na'ashim follow this advice. They try to go into the land, even though Hashem says to them, Moshe says to them, it's not going to work. And what was the result? Like they failed. So, I just want to place something else. Even though Tzaddik is using this as dramatic examples. The job of the Jew is to always try to engage with the child who even if the Olam apparently doesn't desire that duty. That's it. But it doesn't always mean that things work out. It's very different. So it's almost like my job is to try to pursue constant, continuous wisdom that is flowing. But don't think that just because you always push, you get what you want. So this is the interesting question. It sounds like from Tzaddik, they did the right thing, which is a little bit mind-blowing, because Moshe Rabbeinu is seeing this, telling them, don't do it. So Eretz Hashem, he continues to we'll say, which again is essentially what Tzaddik is doing. So this is a very important life episode. Is how much chutzpah is good chutzpah, right? Which is something that you struggle with each and every day, right? How much chutzpah is good, and how much chutzpah just becomes irrational, right? And that's Hashem to continue.
Yeah, there's some cute hussies in Texas.
Are you talking about actual fucking
You should see how nice and tan their feet are there.
Are you talking about the dogs? What are you talking about? Do you like Pauls too?
I know you're going to think think I'm creepy and weird now, but that it wasn't that big a deal. Not like I tried to.
We're not going to think that. We already think that, Adrian. You just.
Cocker Spaniels are adorable, so I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and they'll eat anything. I mean, they love it.
All right.
I didn't do it again. It was only one time. It's not like I started doing it on a regular basis.
Okay, so now I have to ask. I mean, I already pulled the name out of the bucket for some reason sometime before that. However, I gotta ask a couple more questions. One, did you finish when the dog was eating the chocolate?
I can't remember.
Oh, that's a yes.
Okay, he has a steel trap memory, especially with the Facebook comment, and now he can't remember.
Right.
You know what I also did? You know at the car wash they have those vacuum tubes where you vacuum your car? I put that on my banana and sucked it dry. It was great. I did that about 3 times.
And that would make you finish. You could climax to that.
It's great. It just leaves it. It cleans it up and just sucks it dry and just and I only did that a few times. I was pretty crazy back then. I'm a lot more normal.
And you started fucking the vacuum.
Reasons so crazy, just dump the bag and beer.
How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum?
No, that was just, those are like 3 things I did a couple times. Nothing beside that.
All right, let's keep the show moving on. Good luck to the comedian who has to follow that. Put your hands together for Michelle Westford, everybody.
All right, guys. Recently, I'm celebrating something. I got engaged 3 years ago yesterday. Moving on fast track. So subsequently yesterday, I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership, right? Because I know I'm really in now. Match.com, if you guys aren't familiar, maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic, like CircusVote.com or the creepiest assholes you ever met.com. That's the service where you put in your zip code and then they scan the area. They do like a 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are your new matches. Went out with the guy, Dancing Dave was his name. He insisted we go dancing. But to me and everybody else in the club, it looked like he was getting electrocuted or playing an imaginary game of highly aggressive tetherball. That's it.
There you go. That's right. She made it in between the kitty and the bear. She nailed it. Great dismount. Yeah.
You're great stage presence. You can hear yourself. You seem very comfortable on stage. How long have you been doing it?
And have you really been engaged for 3 years?
I have been engaged for 3 years. Yes, I have.
You started comedy right then.
One dream dies, another one lives.
Exactly.
Something like that. Fuck you. But you opened with being engaged and then you talk about dating. Is that because you met him on a website? Or?
Maybe. No, we met at Starbucks in Seattle.
I just got news.
Okay, we met on Match.com. I'm on a podcast now, and we never told anybody that. So
Really?
You could just not post the link.
okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless you're famous in Seattle. In which case somebody will find it. They're like, oh my god, the show was found. That guy showed me.
You don't know me, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not famous.
How'd you know he's from Seattle?
Because I'm from Seattle, I know I'm from Seattle.
Damn right. Vicky Manwar, everybody.
You know, I love her stuff. She's like a real vet, and
That sounds like someone's getting sick of their fiance.
Going from Starbucks to Seattle's best, if you know what I'm saying. That's a coffee chain, everybody. 1 in a million. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you, man. Fuck yeah. How long have you been in LA?
A week.
Are you staying here?
I'm going back home on Wednesday. I think I'm for a week.
and
you standing out
Nobody
there?
knows the trend
Yes.
it is.
In Seattle.
You gotta put the underground.
The underground. No pro laps.
Okay.
The Tacoma, no Tacoma, and the different casinos.
I'll give one note. Ian Edwards actually comes on this too. Like, Ian's such a good writer. But you're saying presence, right? Nerds up there. You can do the material perfectly. And the jokes, it's like you're scratching the surface, going from the easy, almost like you can dig a little deeper, you know what I mean? So try to scratch a little more.
Totally.
Gerard, what do you got?
Oh, thank you.
When's it gonna happen?
Maybe next year.
Really?
We don't have a date yet.
What's the point of being engaged?
You just kind of seal the
It's
deal.
super needy.
Everyone knows
Yeah.
Do you feel like a sense of security that engaged in this?
No, not like that. I mean, I never was one of those gals that was like, yeah, I can't wait to get married, have a wedding, and do all that type of stuff. I just happened to meet somebody.
Are you delaying?
I'm delaying it a little bit. No, my circumstances. And stuff. I'm doing comedy in Seattle. I'm trying to make money. I want to be more, you know. Yeah, I could. I just want to be.
What does he do?
He works at a refinery.
You can't make it sound like you're supporting him with your comedy. That's a weird possibility.
No, I'm just waiting till I feel more of it. I'm 33. I want to feel like I'm more successful.
In what? Stand up?
Yeah.
How it goes.
Yeah,
Exactly. And I got out. I'm looking for him.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen there. I mean, all the grades they get out of there, and then it shines somewhere else. Right.
Oh, I love you guys. This is a good therapy session for me.
Let's push back this engagement another 8 years. And, down to LA, and you'll get that success you wanted, and then you can go back and get married. They'll be waiting for you. He's a fucking oil refinery guy in Seattle. He's got nothing going on. There she goes, Michelle Westford, everybody. She's on Twitter at Michelle's Comedy. Wow, you actually were able to get that handle, huh? At Michelle's Comedy, the one and the only. Fuck yeah, how fun little Seattle, like were you there for you? I wanted to be like that. You're like fucking Dave Chappelle in Seattle.
That's how I brought on stage.
Fuck yeah, Seattle's a great town. I love it up there. I could never live there because of the rain and stuff. I'm from in Northeast Ohio. We have one more day of clouds than Seattle has. And Seattle has one more day of rain. So Seattle has this reputation of being depressing as fuck. But statistically, I'm from in Northeast Ohio. It's just as depressing, but we don't have the same reputation.
Which is really depressing.
Exactly. Which bumps us to the most depressed city. Yeah, it's fucking great.
What's my obligation?
Throw your hands together for Kevin Farr, everybody.
My goal is to go ahead and my individual safety was so shocking. I'm walking in with Thomas out in the desert. I am except control. There's no past, there's no present, there's no future. Trust and follow. And we catch into that as well.
I've already given you permission to bang my daughter for eternity. This is not enough luck.
That part I understand. Thank you, I thought it was powerful.
Now you want me to pay for it? Yeah, at least get a discount. Like you should be paying me. You know? You should be paying me. Seriously, man. I'm not giving that shit up. Like on a loss. It's a ruse what we're doing to this mother. A sham. Like how about I start sticking it to your mom and make you throw me a party? Essentially what's going on, folks. It's the same thing.
Listen, what's the incredible you so I like when you like
Holy shit. Either you've been practicing this every day for 7 weeks or you're just a really smart guy.
I'm a smart fucking Jedi, right? What he said.
Yeah, it was. I looked too. It was creepy.
from the fabric of this. That's in what? Which is why it says whatever. These days are miraculous and historical. Sorry, these days are right for miraculous
sounding really
activity.
smart.
Because
And all of a
it's
sudden we found out about that taco with the keto and now there's something very Pete Christian-esque about eating a taco, thinking about knowing exactly how long a minute is. I see that cowboy hat creep up. That's just so like, sitting, it's just like a silhouette of like dreadlocks and a cowboy hat way up there. There he is. Cheers to you, buddy. Fuck yeah, man. I love you, Pete Christian-esque. Oh yeah. Great material. Yeah, definitely. It seems like you have a take. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years. Wow.
That's great. A lot of your stuff is like just going with it and sort of a I don't know like are a lot of your other jokes like not real to you but goofy like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to a wedding and I just thought it was so that's
right.
But yeah, I don't talk about myself then.
Right.
And I'm curious, like, obviously the way you talk now and the way that you talk on stage are different. What did that come to be from the start, or did it evolve into it?
It evolved more into it, but I'm always, when I first began, I just sort of went, like, I don't know how it happened, but I didn't do it.
Right. No, that's great because it shines through and it gives you your own sort of take on it. It's sort of like I'm having a voice somewhat figured out already. Yeah. What was it about again?
Well, it is pretty funny if you think about it. It was about, like the husband or the dad having to buy, his daughter's getting fucked for the rest of his.
Right.
That makes a good point.
Yeah, it's true. And you have to pay for it, and you have to walk her down the aisle. Like it's like that would be something I'd add into is like the real fuck you part. Like, and I have to walk her to you, like she's like a dog or something. Like. I don't know, it's like the icing on that. There's a better take on that, but definitely going that route after everything, after paying for everything, after all that, you have to literally hand her off.
It's like two fighters going down that maybe 300 or whatever, where they're just walking down and like just about to fight almost. Like the dad's dropping off his daughter to the tiger.
That's gonna fuck this shit out of her. Yeah. So there's something there on top of all that, but that's already all funny. How long have you been doing that show before?
I went to the wedding every 2 weeks, so
That's cool. That's a good new bit, man. How long have you been in LA?
A couple of years.
Yeah. Where are you originally from?
North America.
Interesting. There you go. What nationality are you? Oh, I see. There's the ID that you guys keep on your arms.
As somebody who's Afghan and a comedian, I like that in the minute you didn't address the fact that you're Persian. Because that's not, that's in the minority.
Hey, I have hairy asshole jokes.
Right. Yeah.
No, you don't really have to.
You have to keep your hairy asshole in your back pocket, but not the jokes. Fuck yeah, those are some really hairy arms, man. Have you ever tried to shave them or anything?
No. I got over it. You have to be proud. Well, not too proud of it, but
I feel like you just, finally faced it, a few weeks ago. By the way you say that.
Take your shirt off.
You have a lot of chest hair? The biggest guy in the room wants to see your chest hair, sir.
I'll show you.
Yeah, flash the audience real quick. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. We went from the Iron Patriot to the Iron Sheik in a heartbeat. Oh, Jesus. All right, that's too close.
Don't shave.
3D HD coming from Red Man over here. Fuck yeah, there you go. Kevin Fard. He's at Kevin Fard on Twitter. That's Kevin F-A-R-D. This is fun, right? You get to see some comedians. There's interesting going on.
It's almost like
because you forget about those years.
Yeah, totally.
Well, you do. You do stand up for a long time. Like we're in our own class or whatever. Like after you've been doing it for a while. I'm not saying class, like level. When you've been doing it like 11 years or whatever, you forget when you've been doing comedy for a year or two or what it's like. So this is interesting because it's not often we get associated with people who are at mic still.
Totally. But meanwhile, when we go out to dinner, sometimes late night or whatever, we'll end up talking about those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But reminiscing, but then seeing it's a different thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Totally. But it's something part of our lives. Like Gerard, you and I definitely were hitting open mics together for the longest time. 2007, 2008.
Yeah. Doing downstairs.
Getting rides from people to places.
I didn't have a car full.
Me neither.
Yeah.
And I remember you and I were two of, well, I mean, I guess there was quite a few of us. It always seemed like the funniest people didn't have cars.
a lot of walking
And the
around.
funnier that, and the less funny that somebody would be based on how nice their car was. It almost seemed at the time.
It was like you pulled up in a 7 Series. It's
Right.
Like,
This guy's a hack. Then somebody rolls up on a bicycle, you're like, this motherfucker's a killer. Yeah. Because it does, man. You have to have a fucking passion in your spinal cord to be bicycling across 90-degree fucking heat across a city.
Oh, did we just see the prize is like your birthday?
It's the new manager, I do believe, here.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
Yeah.
guy that drives to work.
He's just passionate about managing.
I did that a couple times though. When I first moved here, I didn't have a car and I lived in Burbank. And I remember the first time, especially, was I was thinking like, that Cahuenga Pass. It seems like there's no elevation. You know what I mean? It almost seems like it'd be a smooth ride. I almost fucking died a couple times. I mean, almost getting hit by cars. But the worst part was going down because it was forever. By the way, it's like an hour and a half uphill.
Which side did you ride down on? Facing traffic? You have to, right?
Well, no, I went the other way with traffic. Yeah, because if I went against, and thank God I did, by the way, because I would have gotten hit head on. Because your brakes mean nothing when you're going that. You're just riding your brakes the entire time, and you're still going like 30, 40 miles an hour. It's embarrassing. But you live and you learn. I survived it. You know why? Because God loves me. He wants me to succeed.
Yes.
Your next comedian's name is Aaron Marsh, everybody.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Good morning, I'm very good. You?
I'm lovely, thank God. Great to see you.
Same here. You still in bed?
Oh, it's my bed-in, so to speak. But no, I'm up and at 'em. I've already done a podcast this morning with a chap from England and enjoying the day so far.
Okay, very good. Let me just bring up the topics. Where are we here? So what are we covering today?
Today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet, and just like the previous session, I will explain to the audience that we have some upcoming sessions, and then I'll read through many of the different technologies that we have to discuss today. And then we can touch on any of the ones that may be of interest to us. And then perhaps towards the end, we may talk about, if it works for you, um, we've had a previous discussion about it, the e-democracy or voting, basically given back to the people. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Okay, where are we here? I'm just trying to find that's one. Okay, so innovations and shaping a better earth. There's a lot of them.
That's that's correct.
Okay, well let's get started, eh?
Excellent.
Recording in progress.
Well, good morning, Rabbi. How are you today?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
Very good. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Today we're going to talk about, well, basically making this planet a bit better, aren't we?
That's absolutely correct. Our topic today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet. For anyone who's just joining us, previously we spoke about life extension technologies, and we have several other sessions upcoming that we plan on reviewing Earth mega projects, humanity beyond Earth, and extraterrestrial life. But for today, Innovation Shaping a Better Planet. And for those of you in the audience who are listening, I'm going to read through some of these, and then Mike and I are going to dissect some of them at the end. So, the first is nuclear fission power. This is generating energy by splitting atomic nuclei, releasing heat used to produce electricity. Then there's nuclear fusion energy, producing energy by fusing atomic nuclei, like in the sun, with minimal waste and high output. It's still experimental, but as I understand, the amount of energy output with fusion is about 4 times as much as fission. So it's a really exciting opportunity, perhaps. Next is solar photovoltaic farms. These are large scale installations of solar power and solar panels that convert sunlight into electricity. There's space based solar power satellites that collect solar energy in space and transmit it to Earth. This is still a concept, but perhaps in the future may be a reality. We have tidal energy systems, and I think this is an amazing opportunity. Harnessing energy from ocean tides using underwater turbines or barriers. And in relation to this, wave energy converters, devices that capture energy from surface ocean waves. And the way that I first really started to study this type of technology is when I heard about a project called the Venus Project, where basically some scientists and futurists got together, about 15 years or so, and put together some documentation on some not currently utilized types of energy generation. And that's how I learned about tidal energy and wave energy, and I find it fascinating. Another really interesting type of emerging technology is geothermal energy. This is using heat from within the earth to generate electricity or provide heating. And as you may know, and the audience may know, the earth is essentially a giant ball. And if we just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, the earth is emitting heat, and all you have to do is turn a turbine, and that will create energy, and that's geothermal energy. Green hydrogen production is next, producing hydrogen fuel using renewable energy, resulting in zero carbon emissions. Advanced battery storage systems, high capacity batteries that store energy for later use, improving grid stability. And in addition, I'm just a major advocate for improved battery technologies. I've heard of Americum batteries that can last as long as a decade. And then, really, an emerging technology I think that's exciting is gravity batteries, basically using the microgravity of the Earth to be able to generate electricity and store power. Next is desalination plants, and I talk about this quite often on my streams. These are facilities that remove salt from seawater to produce fresh drinking water. The earth is two-thirds water, and the fact that we still have people who are thirsty and we still have crops that need water and droughts is really a sad state of affairs when we have desalination plants. There's atmospheric water generation, extracting water directly from humidity in the air. Ocean plastic cleanup technology systems designed to remove plastic waste from oceans. Smart irrigation systems, automated watering systems that optimize water use using sensors and data. Wastewater recycling, treating and reusing wastewater for agriculture, industry, or drinking. Ocean farming, seaweed and algae, cultivating marine plants for food, fuel, or environmental benefits. Vertical farming, another point that I talk about a lot on my streams, growing crops indoors in stacked layers to save space and resources. Another one is precision agriculture, AI plus drones, using technology to optimize farming with data, sensors, and automation. Lab grown meat, and I'm a major advocate of this as well. I don't want to see any animals get hurt unnecessarily. Meat produced from animal cells in a lab without raising livestock. There's also.
I agree with you on that one. I agree with you on that one. Nobody wants to eat lab-grown meat, believe me.
Okay, and we can certainly have a difference of opinion. No one says that we have to agree on everything. Genetically engineered climate resistant crops, crops modified to withstand drought, heat, or pests, soft regeneration, carbon farming, practices that restore soil health and capture carbon dioxide, aquaponic systems combining fish farming and plant cultivation in a closed loop system, urban rooftop gardens, growing food on rooftops in cities to increase local food production. Autonomous farming robots. I think this is a really exciting type of technology. Robots that perform agricultural tasks like planting and harvesting, carbon capture and storage, capturing CO2 emissions and storing them underground to reduce atmospheric carbon. Direct air capture of CO2, removing carbon dioxide directly from the air using specialized machines. Cloud seeding, releasing substances into clouds to encourage rainfall. And this is already done in parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates. Solar radiate.
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Certainly.
Because there's still a lot of things here, and people can read the screen. So let's get back. I'd like to talk with you today on a couple of things. First of all, we are up here at wave energy.
Yes.
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I've seen it being implemented in various videos, and it looks like it's a very good idea. Are there any drawbacks to this?
I have heard perhaps there may be some issues with water life or aqua life, essentially fish maybe getting caught in turbines or other perhaps aquatic mammals. But there are solutions to this, basically putting nets around the turbine or even just to create some a type of almost underwater.
I saw a very interesting concept of this, where they just had flat floating devices which just sat on top of the waves.
Absolutely.
And there was no danger to any fish at all. So I don't understand what you're talking about there. What kind of devices are you talking about?
So I think what you're talking about are wave energy converters, and I'm talking about tidal energy systems, the reference point right above, essentially putting the turbine at the ocean floor or perhaps connected to the ocean floor, allowing the natural tides to spin a turbine to be able to create energy. And then there's the wave energy, which, as I understand, are those flat platforms that exist on the surface of the water or very close to the surface. Either way, I think that these are extremely efficient systems, and in my opinion, are much more efficient than perhaps wind. There's a lot more power behind water than there is just the air, and I think that with perhaps a few ways of preventing any type of marine life loss, we could have an excellent middle ground between efficient energy production and safety of aqualife.
Now, also, you mentioned nuclear energy.
Yes.
How would you implement this and keep the Earth safe from the leftovers, so to speak?
Excellent question. So, as I understand, nuclear energy is already extremely safe. So, in the 80 or so years that it has been utilized on Earth, fewer than 50 people have ever died directly from a nuclear incident. So, there were, and you can, the audience can look this up on Wikipedia, there were about 40 people who died at Chernobyl. There were none who died at 3 Mile Island, and approximately two that died immediately in the fallout of Fukushima. Um, and it is just an extremely safe way, generally, to be able to produce energy in comparison to all of the people who die as coal miners or working with natural gas or other carbon or fossil fuel industries. Nuclear seemingly is much safer. Now, you asked the question, what about storage of the nuclear waste? And generally, the nuclear.
Before we go there,
Sure.
I just wanted to mention with Fukushima, that wasn't the real problem. You know, the fact that only a couple of people died from it. Actually, I think there was more than that from the after effects. But the fact is that nuclear the fallout got into the ocean, and the currents were taking it to the west coast of America. And anybody surfing in the west coast of America these days is probably picking up some of that radiation.
True.
That's a big.
True, but there hasn't been mass die-offs of anyone on the West Coast because of Fukushima, and even the vegetation of Fukushima was considered generally safe to eat in the months thereafter. I'm not saying that any system is perfect. There was a major earthquake that hit a nuclear facility, which is a difficult situation. I don't necessarily think you have to absolutely build a nuclear facility directly on the coast. There may be options to build them in safer areas, perhaps not in tsunami zones, perhaps not in the Pacific Ring, or places with major seismic activity. There's there's no reason that you can't build it perhaps further inland if you can properly cool the facility and such, and pump or pipe in much of the electricity into the major industrial hubs that may need it. And we're still in the infancy of this type of technology. When it was first thought about, it was seen as a miraculous modern invention, and there have been a lot of skeptics on this issue. But overall, if you were to compare the amount of people who have died from nuclear fallout versus the amount of people who die annually due to fossil fuels, it is exponentially higher, the amount of people who die due to fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are far less efficient. So I'm at least an advocate of more people, especially young people, getting into nuclear energy and becoming nuclear engineers, nuclear physicists, to make this system even more efficient and safer than it currently is. Now, as for the nuclear fallout, nuclear. Go ahead.
I thought you'd finished. I like Elon Musk's idea. Let's put the nuclear generating plants out in space where they can be easily cooled.
It's certainly a thought.
I don't know if you've looked at Elon's plan, but Elon's got a very coherent plan that most people don't understand. He is building electric robots, electric cars, all of this alternative energy equipment. And why? Because he wants to go and terraform Mars.
That's correct.
He wants to build a new planet for Earth to go and live. So it's a brilliant concept, and of course, he's generating the funding for this by selling all of these products. It's just brilliant. So, yeah, I think nuclear power definitely has a future. Unfortunately, we don't have a future in Australia until we get rid of this. Sorry. Unfortunately, we won't get nuclear power until we get rid of this communist government that we've got now. So we also have to take into effect the social and political aspects of all of this. But yeah, I think nuclear power has definitely got a big place in our future. Other alternative forms of energy, wave power, I think is a very good one. I've seen geothermal working, especially in New Zealand, where they've got a lot of geothermal vents coming out of the ground. Why not use it?
Exactly.
And I think it's incumbent on us to use the best technology for the circumstances. So if we've got a lot of geothermal, let's use that. If we've got lots of waves, use that. But we can't rely on a single power source. And that's the big problem with the oil. It's got basically a single power source. And when there's a disruption to it, as we have right now, we have a big problem.
I absolutely am in agreement. As for the nuclear waste question that was brought up earlier, I think that there are alternatives perhaps to the current system of storing nuclear waste, perhaps even in low populated areas. There are a lot of completely unpopulated areas in the world. You can bury nuclear waste. Essentially, it is somewhat harmless after it is encased in a sarcophagus, essentially, of concrete. So I think that we can certainly look at better ways to be able to store nuclear waste. As for the idea of nuclear generators, perhaps in space, that's certainly an alternative. These are all, I think, excellent ideas. And we will talk in a moment about how we get to these ideas, how we can perhaps vote on these ideas. But before we do, I just want to hit on a couple other points that are near and dear to my heart. The smart, sir.
Just a minute, my daughter making a lot of noise over there. Can you hear it?
No, not I cannot.
You're going to be long there? Daughters. Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on. You mentioned, where was it here? Lab-grown meat. Oh dear.
Yeah.
You and I are going to have an argument on that one.
Okay, we can.
So, I think perhaps because, to be honest with you, I don't really understand the concept. How can you grow meat in a lab?
This is an excellent question. Essentially, as I understand, you can take the cells from animals uh, without needing to slaughter an animal and not without needing to raise livestock and basically create different types of cuts of meat just like you would have in a slaughterhouse. And there's also a concept known as 3D printing of meat as well, which may be related. This is already in the market to some extent, and people don't know about it, at least in the United States. There is a growing amount of lab meat and lab grown meat that is replacing the standard type of butcher type of slaughter that many people have been eating as carnivores for about a century or so. And
Well, you're not a secret. I'm on a carnivore diet right now, and I will not eat lab-grown meat. And the main reason, apart from the obvious, it's not natural, is being promoted by Bill Gates. And I don't trust Bill Gates as far as I can keep him.
well, I understand your skepticism, certainly, and it's still in its infancy. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is just it's an emerging technology, and perhaps in a century or two, I would like to see all animal suffering alleviated as best as possible. I have a heart. I'm a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to see animals suffer any undue harm more than is necessary.
But the problem is, you see, we let Islam into our countries, and that's when the animals started suffering when they're getting slaughtered. Because in the old days, before Islam came, we used to stun them, and it was just bang, they're dead. That was it. And they never felt anything after that. So, I think we need to look at the social implications of this rather than the actual physical harming of animals. Because where does the harm come from? From a vile and nasty religion that will only slaughter animals in the most cruel way.
Well, without focusing on an individual or even a group of people, we're in the infancy of this type of technology. It's only been around for a couple of decades at the longest. And as you and I both in our previous conversation had, we look to live quite a few years into the future. So perhaps this type of technology can improve. Perhaps there are ways of even more humane ways of animal slaughter, and maybe decades or centuries down the line, we can alleviate this completely. Perhaps it's a dream I think we both can have.
Yeah, well, it's a funny dream to have, I think. But, the Jewish religion and the Islamic religion both mandate slaughter by a very cruel method, and therefore perhaps they should be eating it, not us.
Well, we we
Lab grown meat.
uh, well, there are religious arguments. We don't necessarily have to get into them now. At least traditionally, it's a process known as shechita within Judaism, and it's kosher slaughter. We do our best as people to eliminate as much unnecessary pain to the animal as possible. Essentially, doing what we can with a very sharp knife to slit the trachea.
Makes no difference, though. Have you seen how they're slaughtered? I mean, it's very, very cruel. And I think what needs to happen is not so much that we change our slaughter methods as we change the religious ideas. This is an old idea based on a very ancient idea. You've got to take the blood out of the animal so it doesn't go off quickly. Now, that's out of date. We've got refrigeration here. Why do we need to continue a practice which is clearly cruel to all animals?
Well, I, well, I think we're in agreement that we want to alleviate animal suffering, and perhaps there are different ways to go about that. And maybe there are other ideas to explore that we didn't currently address. Uh, what is clear is that lab grown meats are growing. They are being brought into slowly the mainstream of the American market, and I'm sure are growing in other areas as well. Two other points I'd like to touch on before we get into how we make the decisions to do all of these things. One is smart cities, smart grids, the smart home are all, I think, an emerging type of technology. There is a place.
Not going to be accepted, especially here in Australia. We will not live in smart cities.
Okay, well, perhaps not in Australia, but it's already being done in China. There's a place called E-Town in Beijing that runs all of its streets, its street lights, its intersections are all.
It's total control by the government. We're not going to accept that.
And you may not in Australia, but at least it's being done in China and it's being rolled out. And there's a lot of it.
China is a dictatorial terror group. I mean, you can't live like that. The government must be afraid of the people, not the other way around.
Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily innately terrible about having an efficient system now, is there? A smart home, what's wrong with that?
Because, okay, let me give you a very good example.
Please do.
In the state here right now, there are two entrances, right?
Okay.
Now, if they wanted to, they can just put blocks on the incoming roads, and we are stuck in here. And we can't go anywhere, we can't do anything. That is a prison.
Okay, that's not the point we were talking about. We're talking about a smart home. What's wrong with a smart home?
No. I mean, this could become one of these smart villages, right? Because it's all there. I can see it right now. The infrastructure is here right now. And it terrifies me, to be honest with you.
Okay, I mean, couldn't they just do that with the authorities, just being at both of those entrances?
We don't want the authorities there. We don't want the authorities telling us how to live our lives. We want to make those decisions ourselves, and that's what we're fighting for.
Okay, and we're not disagreeing on that. What I'm saying is that to have a very highly efficient home is not a bad thing. To ensure that you have a zero carbon footprint for your home is not a bad thing if it's your choice. I don't think that things should be necessarily be mandated upon you. I believe in individual freedoms, but the fact that if you could perhaps not have an energy bill, that doesn't seem like a bad idea to me.
I don't already. I use a bill of exchange to pay my electricity bills. I never pay cash.
Okay.
But I was just thinking there. When you have a what's okay, that's it. I wanted you to define for me what is carbon and why is it reviled so much when it only is 0.00038% of the atmosphere. Carbon is not the problem. And in fact, our forests are greening. Our forests are greening because there's more CO2 in the atmosphere now. And back in a couple of few million years ago, the Earth was very green and with more CO2 on the planet when the dinosaurs were around. And why did they get so big? CO2.
I am in agreement with you. Carbon is a very small amount of the atmosphere and isn't even the biggest greenhouse gas. Essentially,
It's not the carbon, it's the pollution. And that's coming from bad manufacturing methods. We need to clean up the factories.
agreed.
Clean up their the discharge from their factories.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely.
Blaming gas and natural gas is wrong. That's the wrong approach to take to cleaning up our country.
Okay.
Or our
So perhaps better phrase would be just doing our best to minimize or eliminate pollution because carbon inherently is good for some species on Earth. So with that being discussed to some extent, uh, there is a type of technology perhaps that may be utilized by countries in the future known as it has different names. I've known it as an e-democracy. Essentially it's the gives the power to the people. No longer do we need to vote for elected officials perhaps or city boards or even perhaps an executive or judicial or legislative of any type. We can make the decisions ourselves. And in our previous discussions, I know that many of these types of technologies that we discussed, if they were explained to individuals, individuals could make the decisions on this. We don't need basically intermediaries. And with the advent of the smartphone and the connectivity that we have in our society, there may be the opportunity to be able to make these decisions directly. And what are your
That's what
thoughts?
we're working for.
Excellent.
And that's what my Future Plan on Earth website is all about. And we're working towards that goal now here in Australia. This is all going to be determined by putting the power back in the people's hands. It's all going to be controlled by a simple little device, your mobile phone, with a voting app on it based on the digital blockchain. And that will free us up because it will give us the power to make instant decisions affecting our communities and our nation. We don't have to wait for 3 years or 4 years big bang elections. We don't have to rely on unqualified politicians who are there for their own political purposes and enrichment. Right? We, the people, should be determining how we want to live in our communities.
I'm in agreement with you, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. And everything that we discussed today in terms of technology is is very complicated, but can be boiled down to some simple strategies. And if you were to explain them to the populace, many people I feel could be able to make these decisions on their own, and we don't need the intermediaries anymore.
Or as a community,
Agreed.
we come together, community town hall meetings, we discuss the issues, we might even come to blows over some of them. We're human beings after all, but at the end of the day, we need to come to a consensus.
Agreed, agreed. And even the list of technologies that we named, you and I agree wholeheartedly, probably on 90% of them, but there's going to be that 10% we don't. And there's healthy debate that can go on, healthy conversations, just like we've had. And I look to better a better future with these types of technologies and this type of a voting system, perhaps. It won't be implemented overnight. Certainly, these will take decades to be implemented, but hopefully, we'll be able to improve our Earth. We only have one planet right now, and we should do our best to take care of her. So, with that being said, Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to touch on these topics. Again, the next session that we have is going to be on Earth mega projects, which is really exciting. So, with that, again, if you want to find my social media anywhere, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find everything that I discuss. And please check out Mike's websites. They're very informative on many of the topics that we discussed today. And Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on.
Absolutely. See you next week, God willing.
Okay. Bye now.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mike. Same time. We're gonna go back to your 8 o'clock next Monday, so long as nothing changes. But just let me know if anything does. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Whenever you have time, let me know when the podcast is posted, and I'll put